I'm excited to give it all a shot. So, let's do that. So what we have here is 3 separate TP2 DLC campaigns. So I figure we'll kind of go left to right and see where it takes us for each of these. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what to expect from any of them, but it looks like we have, the Abyss as kind of the final challenge, which is very exciting. So, start from the beginning and see where it takes us. I'm ready for a new Orpheus Ascending spot. Save slot. If a thing loves, it is infinite. That's a lot. So who's Orpheus in this one? I wonder where this is in the story. If it's even if it even makes a nod to the story, right? Like, we're supposed to go in and out of the megastructure a couple of times. So this is like after going into the megastructure once or twice? Maybe this is like after everything?
All right. I think that's it. The new body's ready for the transfer. How's the reassembly algorithm?
Done.
Well then.
Oh yeah,
somebody
Miranda's
just
here.
needs
Okay,
to
so
go
this is
in
after
there and
everything.
disentangle the data.
Oh, that's great.
Ah, and here comes our expert.
$1K still looking very run-of-the-mill.
Thank you for agreeing to this, 1K. Perhaps together we can right an old wrong. When I was lost in my own grief, I spent a lot of time thinking about Hypatia and Sarabai. How they found each other, how they lost each other, and how beautiful it would be if we could reunite them. For the longest time, it was only a daydream, but not anymore. In the myth of Orpheus, the ancient bard descends into the underworld to bring back his beloved wife, who died in a tragic accident. With the power of his music, he convinces Hades and Persephone to free her.
Wait, no.
But he is told that she must walk behind him, and he must not look back at her until they have left the underworld. And
who was Orpheus's wife? It wasn't the Muse, was it?
In every version of the myth, he looks back. Because he doesn't trust the gods, or because he is an imperfect man, or because he simply forgets. And death is triumphant once again. We've accepted
You'd think I'd know more
for
about
a
the
long
Orpheus
time,
myth, given how much
because we
Hades I've
had
played.
to. Because what else could we do? But the world changes, and we are not the frightened, powerless creatures we once were.
Hi, Miranda.
Perhaps it's time to say enough, and let Orpheus complete his ascent.
All right, so that's the metaphor they're going with here. So this is in some way digging into something, some simulation, to kind of represent trying to pull Sarabai and Hypatia. Are these like people from TP1?
You'll have to collect all of Sarabai's data fragments so that we can reconstruct her personality.
Like from the
monitor
actual
you from
original
here,
simulation?
Just like last time.
Good luck, kiddo.
So we're like digging into, yeah, this looks like a TP1 simulation. I mean, look at that terminal, right? So we've got a new TP1-esque world to go through to dig out data from some of the original personalities that inhabited the simulation in order to pull them out and give them bodies. Which is neat. That's cool. That's a cool addition to the story. This goes up to 16, huh? We only see 1 through 8 here. And of course there is a terminal. Oh no. Welcome to the internal messaging system. Point 4, user Sarabai. You have 3 unread messages. Cannot access. Not goodbye. Cannot access. Okay. 1 message I can access. All right. Open message not goodbye. From Hypatia to Sarabai. What's up, Shadowed Mage? I don't know what this is. I don't know why I'm writing this. In all likelihood, you can't even read this, because so little of your consciousness is left, and what's left of your battery is dying. They say it's impossible to recover you, and the backups were all destroyed. Oh, so this isn't TP1 people. This is this must be somebody who died in that was it New Amsterdam? New whatever it is, the other colony that they tried building separately from New Jerusalem. Just leaving parents need to get snacks on the way. All right. Well, I'll be here. Shout out Mage, I'll be here. Yeah, one of the people that died when the second colony that they tried to found had its, you know, disastrous explosion or whatever. What's left of your battery is dying. They say we'd backed ourselves up in New Jerusalem before we left, but space was so limited and we would have had to wait so long. I wish. No, oh, sorry, I missed the line. They say it's impossible to recover you and the backups were all destroyed. I wish we'd backed ourselves up in New Jerusalem before we left. Space was so limited we would have had to wait so long. Except, of course, it's nothing compared to the empty years that stretch before me now. I don't have the words to express what you mean to me. I tried to sum it all up, to say something elegant and beautiful and perfect, and I can't. Maybe it can't be said. Maybe it only exists as days and years live together. A sequence of moments bound together like a string of lights defining the darkness of the sky. I don't know. All I know is that this is not goodbye. It may be the end. Of you, of us, of who I was. But I will not say goodbye. Love you forever, Hypatia. Were they both trapped in that explosion? Is that what happened? Like both of them died in that? Yeah, Alexandria. That makes sense. Yep. That sounds correct. Not Amsterdam. Alexandria makes a lot more sense. How many dots is that around my head in the upper left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Also 16. Okay. Well, let's get started, shall we? Number 1. Here we go. Excuse me. There is no greater joy than discovering something that you had never imagined. In that moment, you understand that the world is better than it seems. Wow, At is back. Hello, At symbol. Yield. Cool, alright. So we gotta get... what happens when this is blocked? Does this become opaque on the right? I'm not seeing this actually do anything. Okay, so naively, if I do this, it doesn't work because it intersects here, right? So what we need to do is also send it to there, so it intersects there, right? Easy. We just needed to intersect earlier, and then it's not a problem. And then this is also not a problem. This doesn't do anything. This just flat does nothing. It's just there to be annoying. All right. I mean, they could have made it so that this prevented you from passing through here or something, right? Like they could have. Oh, hello. that was suddenly robot face. But all right, sure. This is a good start. Okay, what are we doing here? Collect Cerebi fragment. One!
When I was born, the first thing I felt was that I was alone. Not that I was lonely, but that I was separate, singular. There was the world, and there was myself, a contained entity. And this sense of separation, of a distinct self, was delightful. Individuality itself was a source of constant joy and wonder. What could be more incredible than to be able to say, I am?
We have the first fragment. Everything's looking good on our end.
Great. Ah, the flames are still here. Great. Give me the spark. One
if you
spark.
Get stuck, I've inserted some code that might help you bypass a few puzzles. It's not the most elegant work I've ever done, but it'll do the job. Ladies and gentlemen, the hex code is back. All right, I'm sure
I am positive that somebody on the internet has already translated this for me. Talos, Principle 2, Orpheus ascending. QR code? Sure. Okay, this is a list of all the QR codes, but it doesn't say what it says here. Are you actually going to make me type it out? What? Why? It shows the messages for the other ones. Why doesn't it show the message for this one? It's because they're lazy and they don't want to have to do the thing. I guess there's an achievement for this, which is why they've got a walkthrough on where to find them. But there's not an achievement for understanding what the hell it's saying. So I guess they're just going to be jerks about it. Orpheus ascending translation? QR code hex translations. Yes, thank you. Does this include DLC? I think this is an old guide. Updated... yeah, updated June 24th. So probably not with the DLC. Oh no, it does have base game. Base game versus DLC stuff. So maybe... Yes! Oh, it has it. Thank God. Near a flame of Prometheus. The translation: the last enemy that shall be destroyed is death. You know, the, obviously Talos principle, right? They make a point of being very philosophical and exploring, like, what you think about things and how you think about things and moral dilemmas and a bunch of stuff like that. And every once in a while, I see some of these messages and it's like, you got to do the hex code translation of it in order to figure out what it says. And it says something like that. And it's like, you know, really what differentiates what this game is doing versus what The Witness is doing? And that's, you know, that's not charitable towards Talos Principle 2 or towards Talos Principle in general. But, like, every once in a while, they're just, like, philosophy for philosophy's sake. And it's like, okay, well, I guess. Crossing the river. Oh, it's a bunch of lasers this time. How many more lasers? Okay. So we've got 3 lasers. And we've got to get this all the way across to here. But also we have... We've got certain things that we can do. Okay, so like I could do that maybe? I wonder if I can do... Interesting. This doesn't quite do it. Yeah, from here definitely doesn't do it. Right? From there? That still doesn't open things up in a way that is useful. The lasers are offset, though. Oh, so now that this is cut open, though, I can go to this side and cut here. Right? What does that do? Nothing. We've got more puzzles in our puzzles. We do indeed. Extra puzzles. This really doesn't do it. Because the moment this cuts off, that opens up again. Maybe if I also pick this up? No, that doesn't do anything, because it's coming from this side. Maybe if I... This is a lot of lasers to cut out. Alright. Maybe I should take this, like, one at a time? I don't know. That cuts that out, right? So now there's a hole there. Does that let me do anything in particular? Yeah, this doesn't really help because then this is still here. So... I can potentially do something like this, right? Okay, wait. Not that. So that now opens up what? Does it open up anything? Closer to over here, what happens? So this still isn't doing anything over here. Oh, I'm supposed to take blue. That's what I'm supposed to do here. Deselect that and take blue. Right? So I'm spitting blue to block some beams. See, yeah, this almost works. Right? If I then try and connect to that, I'm only missing one hole here. Right? It's got the right side and the left side. Ah. Okay. And then this can also aim at that. Right? See, it opens up that one, and now this just also needs to connect to that, and it's got it. Okay, cool. Very cool. Ah! Robot face! Lasers! I think all of them are lasers. I think all of Orpheus Ascending is supposed to be lasers, which is cool. I love lasers. Red lasers, blue lasers, maybe even purple lasers.
As I grew, I realized that the more I developed this sense of self, the more enjoyable it became simply to exist. It wasn't selflessness that improved existence, but refinement of the self. When the ancients said that ego is something to set aside, they got it all wrong. Ego is something to nourish and shape, a work of art.
The reconstruction's working. Keep going, 1K.
I'm on it. Ego is a work of art. Secrets. Okay. I see. Okay, so we need to get red over to there. Well, not necessarily there, right? You get rid of it there. And this probably also wants to get red to there, I imagine. So when I do this, it works, right? Wait, what? Oh, this is an accumulator. Ah. Good job, accumulator. Way to accumulate. Forgot how mechanics work. I just thought the accumulator was a connector. But, you know, this works. Continue rubbing my junk against walls, hoping to find something neat.
My insights into the value of the self were genuine, I think. But of course, I was completely inexperienced. In fact, in many ways, I was like a human child.
Aw.
So I began to resent everything that
Aw.
intruded on that sense of self. My social obligations to the others, the leadership of Athena and Cornelius, even the obvious limitations imposed on us by our situation. Why did I have to exist in this particular historical moment, saddled with the task of reconstructing civilization?
Want to drop it on the thing. Why is that too much to ask? Oh, whatever. Robot teenage angst. I mean, yeah, she's like, what? You know, 5 minutes old? And being asked to, whatever it is she's being asked to do, reconstruct all of human civilization? How old was Sarabai? Like, is Sarabai, you know, in the first 100? Is Sarabai, like, 400 something? I don't remember when... Glitch. I don't remember when, the New Alexandria disaster happened, relative to everything else that occurred. Maybe there's information? I have, like, a journal or something, right? Didn't like Athena either. I guess this is just, this log. Oh, Sarabai's 6. Sarabai's real early. Okay. So yeah, one of the, like, the first 10 robots that were awakened. Yes, obviously that is going to result in, some very strong personality something or other. Right? There's a lot to do, for sure. That's suspicious. Y'all see any lasers or something up there? Does that look like a place that maybe one could send a laser? Vastness. You know, all of these extremely suspicious outcroppings and buildings cut into the wall, and it's like, you know, that's probably just there for flavor. It's probably just there to make it look like the thing it's supposed to look like, but also very, very suspicious. What's up, robot? Piercing blue eyes. All right, what are we doing here? I guess I am obtaining some items. Like this item. Another connector. Great, I love connectors. Now I have 2 connectors. What can I do with 2 connectors? Send a laser through here to blue. Oh, to red first. Okay. And that opens this door, which is great. Now that I'm here, I can open this, and I gotta send this to blue. Right? Except that interferes here. So that doesn't quite work. What I need is something that, once that interference drops, I need... Like, once this is interrupted, that door comes back up. So I need... here's what I need. I need to be securing this through that door. Right? So now if I pick this up, it's safe, because that's going through the door. But now, if I interrupt this, the door closes and will not interfere with any of the things I need to not interfere with. Perfect. How many not a secret landscapes will there be before there's an actual secret in the landscape? My god. That's true. They could be a bunch of bait until one is not bait. Alright, Sarabai, what are you up to? Kind of cruising through these. I feel like this is a lot of stuff that I learned in TP1 and never had cause to use in TP2 until
With
just
that
now.
focus on the self, also came an enormous and increasingly overwhelming fear of death. The pleasure of
death sucks.
existence
Agreed.
seemed almost erased by the possibility of its ending. If it was possible not to be, if the self had an ending, even in the distant future, then how could anything have meaning? I spent far too much time imagining that last moment, the moment just before I stopped existing. How could I possibly face that?
Morbid. Critical error. All systems compromised. True. Alright, let's look at peace.ttp. An Ethical Philosophy of Life by Felix Adler. User highlighted. It is upon those we love that we must anchor ourselves spiritually in the last moments. The sense of interconnectedness with them stands out vividly by way of contrast at the very moment when our mortal connection with them is about to be dissolved. The intertwining of our life with theirs, the living in the life that is in them, is but a part of our living in the infinite manifold of the spiritual life. The thought of this, as apprehended, not in terms of knowledge but in immediate experience, begets the peace that passeth understanding. Passeth? Excuse me. And it is upon the bosom of that peace that we can pass safely out of the realm of time and space. Alright, so the answer to how do you stand your final moments is by loving other people and feeling their love back. And that grants you peace as you leave this world. There we go. Thank you, Felix Adler. You have solved our problem. We figured it out, Sarabai. First Series by Ralph Waldo Emerson. User highlighted. Thus are we put in training for a love which knows not sex, nor person, nor partiality, but which seeks virtue and wisdom everywhere, to the end of increasing virtue and wisdom. We are by nature observers, and thereby learners. I feel like the word love is really overloaded. Like, English does not have enough ways to differentiate a force that pulls people together, besides using like and love in ways that are kind of straining for understanding. That is our permanent state, but we are often made to feel that our affections are but tents of a night. Tents? Though slowly and with pain, the objects of the affections change, as the objects of thought do. There are moments when the affections rule and absorb the man, and make his happiness dependent on a person or persons. True. But in health, the mind is presently seen again, its overarching vault, bright with galaxies of immutable lights, and the warm loves and fears that swept over us as clouds must lose their finite character and blend with God to attain their own perfection. It's really flowery writing. Is that a thing that like Ralph Waldo Emerson is known for, being exceptionally prosaic? Or poetic with his prose? Yep. All right. Cool. I don't think I've actually ever read anything by Ralph Waldo Emerson. He's famous for the one about the lake, right? He's got a lake that he left society to go live beside and wrote about the lake and like being a hermit. I didn't read that. I don't think I've read anything by him. Eternity. Eternity Revealed by Theo Erkenwald. That's a name I've never heard before. In what sense am I a Christian, then, if I care so little for dogma? Care so little for dogma. Is it thus required to be a Christian that you care about dogma? In the sense that in everything that I do, I think I follow... Wait. In the sense that in everything that I do and think, I follow the revelation of Jesus Christ, that the greatest of all things is love. I guess this is like Christ's dogma versus the church's dogma. Oh, I'm probably thinking of Thoreau. Yeah, I'm thinking of Thoreau. Thank you. I can never keep my philosophers straight, because most of them weren't. Love is the nature of God, and so equally the nature of that which was created in his image. This I have learned through the revelation that is daily life, through toil and misery and strife, and that infinite power which brings relief and joy. Thus I reject those who believe that the ordinary love of mortal beings is limited, and that it ends with death. Rather, it is through love that we perceive the immortality of the soul, for it reveals that eternity is conceivable to the human mind when it is filled with love. It is because we know that we can love another forever, that we know we are the children of God. So a lot of this is just focusing on how one lives through others, right? Your life doesn't end when you do. Your life continues on in the minds of others that you were connected with. And a lot of this is focusing on, like, the word love specifically, which, I mean, going back to what I said before, I think is overloaded, is somewhat strained in terms of applying appropriate meaning to the word, just because people use it in a lot of different contexts. Archived emails, username corrupted. Okay. I don't have much time left. I never thought it would end this way. Never thought I would die alone, sitting around in my apartment, wondering if things would have gone differently if we've gotten that stupid grant. This sounds like a biological human, maybe even one associated with some project that we might be familiar with. Mostly, though, I just wonder why we're not together. I still don't understand. I don't know why you had so much pain inside you. I don't know why you let it infect everything we had. I don't know why you couldn't see my love for you, why you twisted everything I said. I was angry and disappointed for so long, but now I just wish I could have found some way to make that pain go away. I would give anything for that. I wish you were here. That sounds like a pretty bad breakup, actually. My sympathies, username corrupted. But it is not your job to fix the people that you date. Well, we got a spark, and we saw some QR codes, and we solved puzzles 1 through 4, and we played around with lasers, and we learned a little bit about the philosophy of love. So, all in all, a pretty good day so far. Next set of puzzles, let's go! Where does this go? 9, 10, 11, 12, that seems relevant. Can I get this from here? How do we get there? From here? 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay, yeah, that can wait. That's fine. We'll do puzzles mostly in order. There's not a lot of reason to shoot forward. Can I get up here? Can we go mountaineering? Oh, wow, we really can't. They're being, they're being very specific and precious about their geometry here. Yeah, okay, that's a wall. I get it. You're just gonna give us this little alcove and then not let us do anything here? Why even bother? Can't believe they would put pieces of the world here that I'm not meant to interact with. Indy, no! Maybe he just left his stuff here and he's actually fine. Yeah, I'm sure the weirdly collapsed looking rock next to it doesn't have anything to do with anything. What else is out here? Whoa, check that out. Well, I have no idea what's going on over there, but that looks super cool. Man, I am excited about all these puzzles, but I'm like really excited about whatever that next set of puzzles is out there. Man. So I guess in Orpheus Ascending, we have to literally ascend. All right, I'm on board. All right, number 5 is right here, but let's go exploring first. Maybe there's cool stuff. Think they have cool stuff out here? Found a terminal. And puzzle 7. Sploosh. The little ripples in the water. Files recoverable. Everyday Sublime. Confessions. And Pickering Manuscript. Is this like the R. Kelly song? The Everyday Sublime by A.D. Markham. Love must matter to the philosopher because it is at its core the one undisputed presence of the sublime in our lives. Even when it is failed love, unrequited love, or entirely imagined love, it is like a vast monolith towering over us, humbling, uplifting, frightening. Those who deny its presence can be safely disregarded as fools. They know it is there, they are simply afraid. That is a hell of a take. But equally, the philosopher must consider that in the great matters of history, love matters not one jot. The Nazarene commanded his followers to love their enemies, but they did not, and wrote 1,000 books of excuses for this failure. Therein is revealed the purpose of the human struggle. The Nazarene. Yeah, okay, I guess that is a way in which you could refer to Jesus. How do I feel about this? There's a lot of talk about love and how that transcends the human condition, and how eternity is available through love. And the solution to all of your problems is to love people. Confessions by Penelope Heliopolo. To me, the idea that my soul, my essence, could fall in love with another being and then maintain that love unblemished for eternity seems utterly impossible. Orpheus Ascending is all about love. Yeah, no, that does seem to be the case. Especially considering, like, it's explicitly trying to get Cerebi and Hypatia back together, right? You know, one of the great robot love stories. Relationships seem harder when you're immortal. Maybe. I mean, there's no expiration date, right? It's not like till death do us part. You part whenever you're not feeling it anymore. I think in a situation where you are immortal, it's even worse to have somebody taken away from you, which is probably why they're so obsessed with Hypatia and Cerebi. Right? Like, there's so little death among the robots that when death takes someone, it's even harder. My experience of love has been catastrophe, embarrassment, and disappointment. Wow, Penelope. My sympathies. But this is precisely why I refuse to surrender, why I choose to believe against all precedent that I will find the one for me, and that our love will last forever. You can laugh at this absurd and contradictory belief, but it will not waver. Faith is not a matter of the past, of miracles witnessed and saints observed, but of the future that ought to be written. Tell me, Penelope, have you considered being a lesbian? That might help. It might not. People are still people. But, Maybe a little bit less catastrophe, although probably a similar amount of embarrassment and disappointment. Pickering Manuscript by William Blake. Seek love in the pity of others' woe, in the gentle relief of another's care, in the darkness of night and the winter's snow, in the naked and outcast, seek love there. Now we're resorting to poetry? Presumably poets should be good at talking about love. They seem to do it a lot. What do you have to say for yourself? I wish to see more of the world's beauty, but there is something limited about this place. It is not enough. I don't remember all of the TP1 lore, but I think I remember that @symbol was one of your big allies in the quest to get out of the simulation. Somebody who also had a similar thought pattern in terms of, like, the goal is to escape, not to stay. Ooh. Water. That wall looks kind of different with, like, the white highlights. It's interesting. Compared to, like, most of the rest of the stone out here. Oh! Secrets! Maybe. Nope, definitely secrets. Vault 404. Cool. I love Easter eggs. Vault not found. Was there a Vault 404 in any of the Fallout games? Like... I'm assuming if I jump down there, I die. Yeah. Okay, good. Exiting designed safe zone. Yeah, okay. Or designated. Sure. Wow, all the way back to here? How dare they? Alright, so I gotta be a little bit more careful with my exploration, because that's a long way to fall back. Okay, cool. So puzzles? I guess let's puzzles? Now that we found an Easter egg? This was pretty specific, actually. Like, that was kind of hard to spot. Coming around this side. Yeah, you'll never see it unless you're deliberately looking backwards. Another QR code. Something has gone wrong. We are fragmented. This is incorrect. Ah. Uriel does not believe in individuality. The ego is not as precious as you think it is, says Uriel. Chain. Whoa! Whoa! Okay, that's cool. That's very neat. And what are we doing here? Okay, so if I connect like this, that swaps those. But that is interesting. So I connected this one instead? Nope. that now extends all the way. Because of how close the laser is to the other lasers. That's neat. That is a neat effect. Kind of trial and error until you figure out the mechanics, but that is a cool effect.
Looking back, it's embarrassing how solipsistic I became. I really thought that I could construct my identity without any reference to the outside world. Like I could just will myself into existence. But it just didn't work. And it made me miserable. Everything felt hollow and meaningless, overshadowed by the idea of death. There was something I wasn't seeing, something I needed, but I couldn't figure out what it was.
Well, obviously what it was love. Someone's not paying attention to the themes. The way you define yourself is how is through others, apparently. All right, what are we doing here? I can run in here. Okay. And then there's this wall. So we need to get blue and red? Oh, I see. And the blue is closer here. So it'll push through to the red. So we need... Oh, that's easy, actually. We just distance it a little bit more, right? A few more connections. And then it's even. Because laser power. Yeah, easy. You just need to make sure the connections are the same. I didn't realize there were connectors. That makes it a lot easier. I thought there weren't going to be... I didn't know there was going to be loose connectors. That makes it a lot easier.
Everything changed when we started spending more time with each other. Do you remember that night when we found the old library in the Dead City? It was just after the stampede and we were all a bit shaken up. Byron read to us from one of the books, and later you and I started arguing about one of the poems. And your perspective was so different and interesting, and I just kept wanting to hear more.
Cute. I don't know what the Stampede is. They're talking about an event that I'm not familiar with. I'm not even sure what the Dead City is exactly. I'm assuming it is a specific biohuman city. Keep poking around out here. I don't know if there's going to be anything, like, interesting. But there has been other things that were interesting, so... Alright, well, let's go to 7 first. And then this is, Cerebi learning that other people exist and might have value, and falling in love with the first one that does. That's also fair. That is a very teenage moment. Just like an immediate crush on the first person that is interesting. Domino effect. What the hell is happening here? Are these gnomes? These are birds. They should be gnomes. There's a hole in that wall. Hang on a second. Hold. Falling in love with the first person you argue with? Yeah, that's also super teenage. That is a trope. right? That's how you tell that people are going to get together by the end of the TV show, is when they hate each other on sight. And it's like, oh yeah, they're definitely going to be banging by the end of this. All right, what does this thing do if I hit the button? Oh my god. All right, cool. All right, so we need red over here. Can I not get them over the fence? I guess I can't get them over the fence. How am I supposed to... Oh. From you. Wait, why does that make a difference? How do I get the thing to the place? There's too many fences in the way. Is there any open... There's no, like, open path to those either. Curiouser and curiouser. But this is open. Are these open? These are just walls. And that is not open. What am I supposed to connect to then? Confusing. It's not like I can get something in this space in between the things. Like, is there anywhere I can run around to where I can drop this that it'll be lit? Oh my god, it briefly lit up there. I guess, like, I can aim through these gaps? Okay, new plan. Okay, cool. Everything is okay now. Alright, and likewise, we do the same thing over here. Alright, and now we have to put this somewhere. Let's say here, maybe? And then the last one is red. Here? Okay, that matches there. That means this one needs to be one further to the right. No. No? This needs to... Okay. I'm starting to see what's happening here. This works if this goes here. And then this one goes here. Right? And now this one goes here. And then this one goes one more over to this one. No, that's worse. This needs to still be here. And then this needs to be one further over. Right, that works. And now this one needs to be again further over here. Which means this one needs to be again further over here. Perfect. I have used the power of the other half of the battle. They always tell you that knowing is half the battle, but the other half of the battle is red and blue lasers.
I never really understood the appeal of philosophers who tell us that everything is one. If everything is just a reflection of yourself, an endless hall of mirrors, there's nothing to connect with. And what I realized through our conversations is that everything beautiful happens in that space of connection between one person and another, and between people and the world. That gap between us is necessary. Because without it, without separation, there can be no transcendence.
So that works for Cerebi, but there's also people approaching it from the other direction. People for whom that gap is too wide to cross. And they need to be told that everything is one, so they can see in others aspects of themselves and get what they need in order to cross that gap and achieve that connection. Philosophy is not one size fits all. Alright, we got 2 blues here. We got 3 reds here. And this does not cross? Oh no. How do you get blue, my friend? Dear friend, how? Where does blue come from? Oh, okay. See, we don't have a lot of options here. Alright. That's not going to work because that's not enough red. What if... Does this work? That doesn't change anything. Does this change anything? It does not change anything. Let's see. So instead of eating the laser, we want the laser to be stronger. Ah, I see. We can use this to add an extra connection to the blue. And now it's in the middle. 1 extra connection means 1 less laser strength. Hate when you digitize corpses. But then how are you going to recover them from the dead if you don't have a record of who they were?
Once I understood that meaning comes from the interaction of the self with the world, I found it easier to be patient, to be kind. I reminded myself that other people are just like me, and nobody really knows exactly what they're doing.
See, all the world is one,
And the
Cerebi.
more I allowed myself to open up, the more interesting and complex our interactions became, and the more meaningful.
We have roughly 50% of Cerebi's personality matrix reconstructed.
Who'd have thought that 1K would have made such a good necromancer?
That's not where I thought that was going. Oh, I'm so excited about this. Hang on, we're gonna have to make a quick run for that one that had a bunch of lasers on the wall, because I wanna find out what the hell they were doing over there. You. Number 12. Alright, we're going straight to 12, because, like, what the actual hell is happening here? Hello? 12 first. Just look at this. Look at this shenanigans. I don't know what it is, but I'm very excited. Switchboard. Oh, you gotta get the connections to where they're supposed to get to. Okay. So that pushes the blue connection a little bit further. Interesting. Okay. I guess I'm supposed to use this to, like... Because you need red over there, right? So this needs to go, like, straight to here. And then you need blue over here. And that doesn't work. Why doesn't that work? Does it work if it's this one? Oh. Why are you getting O? Damn it! That works, but now we're not getting red to the far side. So you need to also be shooting red at that, I think. No, it doesn't quite work. Maybe you just shoot at that one? And then you only shoot at that one? No. Oh, and that's not even lit. That one's not even lit anymore. So you also need to be shooting at that one. Yeah, that interferes. This is real interesting. Oh. I actually get up there. I can stand on this dude, though. Fascinating. And if I try to connect to that one also, that screws up the top one. What if I connect to that one, though? Excuse me? Yeah. That left one's still not lit, though. Stuck on switchboard for like an hour and a half. It's a little messy, huh? Well, that one alone gets you nothing? How is that one still red, then? That's still not enough blue to get to the top. So we need that to be blanked. Which I think can be done that way. Heck yeah. I think that's it. Yeah, nice. So this is less about strength of connections and more about figuring out exactly how they cancel out. Nice one. These better not be in order.
It's funny, though, when I think about
They're
it,
not. Okay, great.
that I still didn't know what to call what I was experiencing. I guess love seemed like a term that only applied to our ancestors, with their hormones and instincts and strange fleshy organs. Surely we were too different to experience that.
Strange fleshy organs.
And the really funny thing is that I was thinking exactly like an ancient human child, pretending I was above it all.
I mean, you were all of like 6 hours old? You were a week and a half old? Yeah, exactly. That's true. Teens do think a lot about strange fleshy organs. Having once been a teen, I can confirm this is true. Everything is wrong here. Someone is missing. Someone, huh? That's very specific. I'm sorry I beat a puzzle faster than you, Shadowed Mage. That's alright. I'm gonna get stuck at something that you found easy, and it'll just come full circle. Like, this is how it always works. Feels like I should be able to find a spark out here somewhere. Ah. Uh-oh. It's got the eye on it. Milton is here. Milton has something to say. Yeah, I don't know. I guess, like, that one made a little bit more sense to me. It took a little bit, though. Like, there was a bunch of, you know, poking at it, being like, why doesn't this work? Alright. You have beduped at me enough times. Let's talk. All systems compromised. Loading text interface error. Loading unknown. Done. What? 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 How badly can we troll Milton? Knock knock. Who the Not who's there, but just like yelling, "Who there?" Am I Milton? I don't think I'm Milton. I think he's Milton. Miltoheme. Jefferson Goldboom. This is absolutely correct. We gotta make the lore callback to TP1. Jefferson Goldboom who? I didn't actually think this far ahead. Generate sarcasm. Duh. Insert sarcastic reply. How about you just tell me who you are? Sort of Milton, sort of Elohim, sort of Sarabai. Miltoheme? Lol, you met other me. Lol, you met other me? This is very Homestuck. My own version of you. He's useless. You met other me. This is amazing. I love this. I love everything about this. This is so good. Alright. Was Miltoheme useless, or did Miltoheme give valuable advice? Like, he showed up and hung out on the beach and what did he even say? I don't even remember what the specific philosophy gimmick that Miltoheme was. What was he talking about? This was like when I was looking into there was like a soul reading machine or something. What was the machine supposed to do? I don't even remember what the machine was supposed to do. Show you the inner workings of your own, like, subconscious or something. And it showed me Miltoheme. And Miltoheme was like, I don't know, vague. Vague and useless, right? Vague and useless. All good things are. Alright, what can I do to help you? Fix Sarabai. Me fixed. Me back on beach. Sarabai back with Hypatia. Working on it. Work harder. Hey, what's the meaning of life again? Helping me. Wow. Okay, Miltoheme on a mission. Alright. Subroutine manager not responding. Huh. I got an achievement for this, which was low int dialogue. Excuse me? Man, I hate it when stuff glitches out around me and I'm just like, oh my god, am I supposed to react to that? Apparently not. Apparently I'm not. It's just a thing that happens. Wild. Alright, let's keep at it then. Lots of stuff to do out here. Alright, that's looking pretty empty. Oh. There's an oasis out here. We're definitely going to the oasis. Excuse me. In the beginning were the words, exiting designated safe zone. Oh god. Oh, it's not safe out here. They got worm sign. In the beginning was the spice, and the spice made the world. Alright, well, let's stay away from this business. Oh, I see, I have to follow the path, otherwise it's danger. Tremors, yeah. I don't know, there's like so many different properties with worms in them, I have no idea which worm that was. There's a lot of Easter eggs. Where is the voice of my creator? Where is the one that we became? Everything is shattered. Oh, so this is a sign that the various commentators remember being combined into Athena, and now they're all separated out again? Hey, sparks, thanks. Love sparks. Combined into Sarabai. I mean, there were a lot of different people they were combined into, right? Like, Athena was the first. Wasn't Athena the one that they were all combined into? But I mean, I guess we are in, you know, Sarabai's mental world. So, this is all pieces of Sarabai. Yeah, that makes more sense. Okay, I get it. Yeah. Alright. Upon due consideration, I agree with you. Can we get up there? Can we get in there? There's like an in there, isn't there? It looks like there's an in there. Up there? Is there anything up there? I can kind of look over there. Let me in your lap. Come on, I just want to hang out. Stop. Robot, you're in the way. I guess there's not really anything over there, is there? It's just up for some reason. Alright, where's 9? Let's actually take this in order now that I've wrecked Switchboard. Causation Nexus. Oh, I have to do it like one at a time. Lower the thing until we can get the cube. And now I have to clear this one so that it can get red again. And then we gotta do the same thing back on the other side. Clear this one so it can get blue again. And now I have a cube. What does one do with a cube, you might ask? Oh, one uses it to jump. Great.
What I'd never considered was that stripped of biological necessity and physical need, as well as all the strange stigmas and taboos our ancestors associated with their bodies, love might be more pure, more powerful, that we can love with fewer distractions than they could. And so the experience is all the more overwhelming. I do think we should learn to simulate some of those biological processes. Would be fun.
Would be fun. Can confirm. Is fun. I wanted to get on top of the statue, but now I've lost access to the box. Terrible news. Incarnation. Alright, so once this opens ever, it'll stay open. Maybe. Okay, so let's let the red free, I guess, and find out what happens. Now everything has been taken over by red. And I can run around out here. And if I block this red, we need that to get through. So let's block this. But this is still open, which is cool. But now I need to block that red, which I can do. Because this opened this, so now I can run around here. Oh, I need to block that red first. I need to block this, so this closes. And then I can come out and block this. And then that's open forever. Oh, now I need to block this so the red gets in there. Wait a minute. I need to get out here and block this. Oh, that's cute. Okay, cool. So that door opens. Disaster. No! What did I do differently? All right, well, whatever it is, it worked.
When we started living together, I thought I'd figured it all out. Everything would be smooth sailing from now on. I still had so much to learn about love. Even for us, it's messy. You find someone who seems to be the perfect match for you, who seems necessary in your life. And then you realize all the ways in which you don't fit together at all. Because nothing in this world is perfect.
Parkour! Does this get me anywhere? I was hoping there'd be like something up here that I could see that I wouldn't be able to see from below, but that does not seem to be the case. Breakthrough. Oh my god, we found green lasers. Oh. Green and blue become red. Wait, no. Inverter is red to blue. And blue to red. Okay. And we need to get red all the way out here. Which means just blocking all the lasers, right? Alright, step one. There we go. This laser blocked. How is that step one? Hold on. Try again. Step two. This laser also blocked. Wait. This laser also blocked. Step three. This laser blocked. Which means step four is get you some red. Yeah, great. This is very similar to the other one that we did. Right? This feels like puzzle 2. It's pretty much the same thing. I guess we're coming at it from the left side exclusively instead of from both sides. I don't know. Feels very similar.
The ancients believed that love could be eternal. But I'll admit that sometimes it seemed impossible to continue. Sometimes I thought you were unfair, or cruel, or just incomprehensible. I'm sure you thought the same about me. And I'm sure that sometimes you were right. No wonder all the ancient love songs repeat the same themes. Longing, happiness, regret, and forgiveness. I want you. I love you. I miss you. Forgive me.
Yep. All of this fits. This is cool. This is well written. I like what we're doing here. Alright, what shenanigans are afoot here? In 13 through 16. Let's go get that QR code, shall we? Well, I guess we can go get this one first. I am only an echo of the one that was me, but I am comforted in knowing that something persists. Oh, can I not get to the other side of 15 from here? Excuse me? How do we get there? Yeah, that's blocked off. Maybe from all the way around the other side? Does that work? Can you get in from that side? Maybe. That looks pretty blocked off too. Oh dear. I must parkour. That does seem likely. I might have to do jumpies. Alright, well if I'm going to respawn at the last puzzle I engaged with, let's engage with a puzzle on this side before I start running around. Actually, can I just get there from here? Is this real? That wasn't real. The answer is maybe. I've got big maybe energy on this particular branch of parkour. Nope. Thought I was going to be able to grab that one outcropping there, but apparently not. Oh, wow, that was even worse. Alright, well, let's not keep doing this and see if I can do something from somewhere else. Let's see if maybe we can do something from somewhere else. Rocks fall. Everybody dies. From here, do you think? I mean, this is pretty promising, actually. Yeah, as it turns out, no problem. Unknown error, alright. In between the bridges that leads to puzzles 9, 12, I think this is location of QR code. Is this right? 567974. Yeah, this is the right one. Without contraries, there is no progression. Without contraries, there is no progression. I suppose that's without opposition, right? Without something to push against. There is no way to improve yourself. Where is 13? Oh, there it is. But there's a terminal. I saw a computer out here. Where did I see a computer out here? It disappeared. It left. The computer was a lie. What the hell just happened? Oh, there it is. Other side of the obelisk. Turns out. Alright, message 504. From Hypatia to Cerebi. I miss you. It's not that I need to be around you every minute of every day, but talking about our experiences together has become such an essential part of how I interact with the world that your absence is a huge void. I feel unbalanced, and events seem less real when I haven't discussed them with you. Maybe that sounds clinical and selfish, but I'm trying to explain something that I felt incredibly strongly this last month. We're better together in a way that's more like multiplication than addition. It's not just you and me, it's us. When you get back, let's go, etc. So, Hypatia stayed back in New Jerusalem, while Cerebi got herself exploded in New Alexandria? Is Hypatia still alive, or did Hypatia, like, commit suicide, or did something else happen to Hypatia? I don't remember the history. Howard's End. E.M. Forster. Hypatia's still kicking around. Okay. It did not seem so difficult. She need trouble him with no gift of her own. She would only point out the salvation that was latent in his own soul, and in the soul of every man. Only connect! That was the whole of her sermon. Only connect the prose and the passion, and both will be exalted, and human love will be seen at its height. Live in fragments no longer. Only connect, and the beast and the monk, robbed of the isolation that is life to either, will die. Nor was the message difficult to give. It need not take the form of a good talking, By quiet indications, the bridge would be built and span their lives with beauty. But she failed. Death of Goth? Is that how you pronounce that? Goth? I think it's Goth. Thomas Carlyle. Precious is the new light of knowledge which our teacher conquers for us. Yet small to the new light of love, which also we derive from him. Goethe? Oh, it's German. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that would be German. The most important element of any man's performance is the life he has accomplished. Under the intellectual union of man and man, which is different from the physical union of man and man, which works by precept, lies a holier union of affection. Oh, the physical union. Yeah, okay, so we are talking about what I thought we were talking about. Working by example, the influences of which latter, mystic, deep-reaching, all-embracing, can still less be computed. For love is ever the beginning of knowledge, as fire is of light, and works also more in the manner of fire, all-encompassing. Great. All right, 13. Extension. Oh. Oh. How do I open that? We've got to find a jammer? How do I get in there? Oh, red. Oh, red! Hello, yes, I would like your connectors. Connector seller! I require your strongest connectors. So what's the deal here? Why is this a problem? Oh, because that needs to be blue and that needs to be red. Okay. Okay. Excuse me. Connect the two things, please. New plan. Did that work? Now it's direct, and it needs to be even further away. One fewer connection. Oh, that's what this is for. There we go, perfect. Easy peasy. You just keep adding one connector each time until it works.
The worst thing I came to realize as I grew older is there are so many ways to hurt other people.
Huh.
Even without any malice, even when you're just trying to be yourself, you end up doing things that cause real harm. You can read every ethical philosopher in the world and you still won't be able to avoid it. Because that's just how we are. Our interactions with each other can't be fully reduced to some abstract system.
So at this point, she's like a couple of months old? Yeah, harm reduction takes time and effort. True. Anything else out here? I feel like there was going to be another like big Easter egg thing, like the Tremors worm or the vault. Data stream. Another one of these? All right. I love that there's a switch for this. It's just like, are you ready? You are not prepared. I was not prepared. All right. So let's just do a thing and see how well it works. Let's see. Am I ready to laser? Unclear if I'm ready to laser. Alright, let's try this. And then we'll need red, say, here. Nope. Say, here. And then this is going to need to be red, like, here. Nope, would need to be further over, so that still doesn't work. So this needs to be... This needs to be here. And then this needs to... There's not a further over here, though. That's as far over as it gets. Suspicious. Oh, but I can actually decrease the strength of this by getting this from there instead. There we go. And then this gets blue to here. To here, maybe. Perfect. Perfect. Cool. That worked out. Yeah, neat trick. Just get slightly less strong laser. Get your lasers secondhand.
The fact that perfection in our interactions is impossible was a hard lesson for me to learn. For the longest time, I always thought the answer was right around the corner.
Delicious.
And to be fair, we did learn how to live together without constantly running into problems. But gradually, I realized that the friction would never stop. Because what makes us unique also makes us different. There can be no endpoint to love, no final resolution. And it's because of that imperfection that it can go on forever.
Because love is never solved, love can last for eternity. Secondhand lasers would be a much stranger movie. Compared to what? Like, I'm not sure what that is a reference to. This is a lot of green. Why so much green? What do we need? We need blue and red and... Oh, God. This is, in fact, a heinous web of lasers. And my only tools to interact are hexahedrons. Okay. Oh, alright. Okay, alright. Well, we need to block here. And we need to block here so that blue can get blue. And now we need to get green. Oh, incredible. All right, if I block here, that gets green where it needs to be. And now we need to get red. Does this do it? No, that doesn't get enough green over there. But maybe if we... Almost. And then also... but then we need to block green on this side. Hey! It turns out I had exactly enough cubes to do the thing. And the thing worked perfectly. Secondhand Lions is the worst UK football team? I've never heard of this. Well, it bailed? Why does it stop working when I run away from it? Is laser physics dependent on my attention? Or did I interrupt a laser somehow while I was walking around here? Oh, that's weird. I think I got lucky on this one. Like, I think first try was just... Like, I hit... There's a lot of different ways to interact with things here, right? So, I think I just got lucky, but... Alright, anyway. Into the door.
There's
15.
a pattern that I noticed in all the ancient poetry that I read. Young poets would praise love as the only true meaning of life. Middle-aged poets would often disagree. They would argue that love is messy, ugly, selfish, and hard to distinguish from lust. They would mock their younger selves for thinking love so incredibly important, and look for answers elsewhere, or reject answers altogether. And then, arriving at old age, they would return to the beginning and realize it was all about love, after all.
Implying that the middle-aged poets are all disillusioned, but the illusion was correct the whole time. And by disillusioning themselves, they are willfully misinterpreting the world around them, probably as a trauma response. Desultory answer to the football part is that the 3 lions are also the emblem of the Football Association, the sport's governing body in England. Why? Is there actually a team called Secondhand Lions, or is that just the name of a movie? Propagation cancellation. Oh dear. So this is the same thing, except I gotta do it with lasers instead of blocks? Yikes. Okay, so we gotta get green up to the top, which is only through there. 7 lions is a band, yes. I agree. I said secondhand. 3 lions was the shorthand nickname for the UK football team in the internationals. Okay, sure. Oh, like when the, I can also connect these in other ways, right? This isn't just that thing. Like, I could do this. And then I can also, use this to, position this such that it cancels out the other laser, maybe? Propagation cancellation. I mean, I can definitely use this to cancel, right? Like, I can put this, you know, here, for example, right? And that will somehow prevent... That will accomplish nothing, actually. That accomplishes actual 0 things. Okay, new plan. Okay, if I just start with the most naive possible thing to do here, where does this get me? So that works, and then we still need to get green into there, which means preventing blue from doing that. So we can shoot this there? Maybe even further back? Okay, that works, but now we also need to prevent the red from getting in there. So this can shoot that. No, this needs to shoot that because otherwise it doesn't get there. And this likewise needs to shoot that one because of laser strength. Heck yeah!
But even love has a context, and the happiness of those who surround us can lift us up, just like their unhappiness can drag us down. As we improved New Jerusalem, things got better between us in subtle ways that affected every interaction. Our flaws never went away, but as the world around us became more forgiving, we became more capable of forgiving each other. That's why I was excited about New Alexandria.
We're almost there.
What
Just
did-
one more file.
What were they saying? Hold on.
This
New
one may be
Alexandria
harder
what?
to extract than the others.
Hold on. Things got better between us in subtle ways that affected every interaction. But as the world around us became more forgiving, we became more capable of forgiving each other. That's why I was excited about New Alexandria. Under the assumption that New Alexandria would again make life easier and thus make dealing with other people easier. Okay, great. I guess I can't go in here until I've got the last fragment. Does this computer work better now? 2 unread messages. Nope. Alright. Into the giant Dyson sphere. Oh my. You know, I can't help but notice that there's a lot of lasers here. It looks like there's a lot of lasers. They're doing a lot of stuff with lasers here. Heart of Anubis. Oh my. Okay. What are we trying to do here? What exactly are we trying to accomplish? It looks like there's 1, 2, 3, 4 receptors. There's a million goddamn receptors. Okay. Why is that orange, do you think? And everything connects to everything, and I have to figure out how to interrupt beams in order to fix this problem. Okay, what can you actually connect to? Not that one. You can connect to the laser. And then a bunch of them are covered. Oh, but the ones with the beams are uncovered. No, not only the ones with the beams. Just the ones around the hexagons are covered. And also that one for some reason. And those. Okay, so it's really specific which ones are covered and uncovered, actually. I was gonna say it's everything around one of the receptors, but no, that's not the case either. It's just really, really specific. Okay. Am I supposed to be watching what's going on under here as well? Like, there's lasers everywhere. Good heavens. All right. Let's do it one at a time and see where that gets me. Okay. You need a stronger red than the blue or the green. So I guess you need red actually to there. Oh, is the coverage supposed to indicate? Yeah. Like there's this blue triangle here for blue receptors, and there's this red line here for red receptors, and a green line for green receptors. So I can see where all of the receptors are by following those. Interesting. And we just need to get blue into those things. Okay. So let's start with preventing the blue triangle here from getting overwhelmed by red or green. So we need a blue laser. Found one. And we need to stop red and green from getting in there. We need to further stop red and green from getting in there. That's not enough. Because blue is still not getting blue. There needs to be like a blue laser, a blue, God, okay, so there's still red getting in from here on the side. Maybe if that wasn't red, it would work. Yes, in fact, that gets all of the blue. Great. And how are we getting red to the red and green to the green? Because, like, this is just doing blue things. Oh, no. Well, let's see if I resolve one, will the other one fall into place? That would be nice. That would be big. Alright, let's get red to the red. And now we gotta get green to the green? Suspicious. Because I can't get multiple lasers through a receptor. So a given receptor will only be able to deal with one thing. So how do I get green to the green? Alright, what if we strip that and get green to the green now? What does that look like? We got green resolved, and we got red resolved. But blue is still messed up. So maybe we fix blue by having red and green cancel them out? So, like, we'll send green to these indicators with red here. And we'll send red to the same indicators with green. And now blue is free, in theory, but blue's not making it there. Because why? What else needs to be blocked? That one, maybe? Alright. Also, that needs to be blocked? Heck yeah! Alright, that came together pretty cleanly. I'll take it. Oh, we are flying here. Yo, what's up, Drew? Welcome, Drew the Damager. Thank you for the raid. I suppose I should thank Shadowed Mage for once again pointing you in my direction. How y'all doing? Welcome, Crit Witch. Welcome, Intensely Eric. Oh, should I expect the kids are asleep, or are you both extremely Eric tonight? But yeah, welcome people from Drew's stream. What were you up to? I think this raid has happened enough times. I probably don't need to give the full spiel. But welcome. I am Jim the Eternal. I do variety. I'm a big fan of puzzles. Shoutouts to Shadowed Mage for buying me Talos Principle 2. And if you like puzzles, hang out. Yo, Shadowed Mage, thank you for the generosity, and congratulations, Drew the Damager. I hope you appreciate the fantastic emotes you now have access to. Some Final Fantasy VI? Excellent. Excellent. Oh no, this is gonna be a thing, isn't it? Thank you again, Shadowed Mage. Very much appreciate the generosity. And welcome to the adventuring party, Intensely Eric. Oh, this just is a thing. I don't have to solve more puzzle in order to grab the next piece of Cerebi? Lucky for me. I guess I could jump to my doom if I felt like it. I don't actually know that this would kill me. Like, I expect I just survive this, as long as I land someplace that is a legal landing point. I don't want to test my luck. Yeah, I think so I love all of the emotes, but the fantastic one and the cool one are, I think, my two favorites. Although very recently, the Lightwall Jail one has been shooting up in the ranks, but that is very specific, as opposed to some of the others are definitely more general.
When I saw the explosion coming, I knew it was the end. My end.
What's
The
up,
power
United?
plant was gone. The backup center was collapsing. The street was cracking open. And the fireball was about to engulf me.
You got the other robot in the background
In that
very slowly
millisecond,
running away.
I shut down every process except my mind. I turned off my audio-visual input. I rerouted all of my power, pushed my processor to the breaking point. Time slowed down. I didn't think about regret. I didn't think about death. I spent every last moment I could scrape together thinking about you.
Wow. Did we
You
do it? I
did
think we
it.
might have done it. Oh, we
Come to
did
the
it.
extraction point, and I'll pull you out.
But there's still,
This is- Odd.
hello, Miranda?
We have Sarabai's complete memory archive, but there's still some file fragments left in the system.
Well, you can look for them if you want to, 1K. I know you're always curious, but what matters is that we've got Sarabai.
Well, I am definitely down to recover mysterious files. Exit simulation? Get out of here. Let's go Golden Doors. You watched Shadowed play a lot of this? Yeah, no, I bet it was good. I definitely trust Shadow to put on a good show when it comes to games like this. So romantic it hurts. Yeah, that's what they're aiming for. I never knew how much beauty there was in people. Every person contains a world. All right, well, we got 3 puzzles to go hang out here. Let's start with this one for funsies. Step by step. What are we doing here? We're not being let in is what we're doing here. Okay, great. Love that for me. Imagine recovering files. I don't have to imagine. I can do it for real. What if I open this door? Incredible. All right, now that this door is open, what am I doing here? Oh. What? Okay. Oh, I see. And then it'll chain open all the way in. All right. So, okay. And this is just sealed? Why is this sealed? Oh, I guess I have to flip this switch. So now they're still getting blue, but this is closed. But now this is open. And it gets red. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, sure. So it sounds like what we need to do is get these connected. And then this connects these two, and also this one. And that, of course, causes a conflict, which is exactly what I wanted to see. I love conflicts. This doesn't actually need to be open, though, does it? Not that it makes a difference here. I have a second thingy. Connector, I think, is the word you're looking for. I do have a second connector. This doesn't do anything, unfortunately. And then it's being blocked by this thing. So then both of these need to be switched thusly. Oh, I can't pick it up from here? Too bad. And we need to be getting the appropriate things to the appropriate locations. Okay. Well, let's unswitch this thing until I figure out how I want to get into the place. Okay, so let's try blue like that. And then, oh, I guess blue like this, maybe? That doesn't do it. It does let me in. But then we need to resolve red to red somehow. Okay. If this is not connecting there, does that help? It doesn't. It does not. Yeah, I don't need suggestions yet. Hopefully working it out on my own for now. Can I connect to that one, though? Doesn't seem to be able to connect there. I can connect there. I can't connect to that one, unfortunately. Okay, so now, let's see. Blue to blue, red to red without overlap. Without overlap is the problem. And also, at some point, I need to be let inside. All right, let's just look at red to red and see what happens if I do this without worrying about anything else. Right? So now I got red there. We got blue there. What happens if I press this button? That opens, but this isn't receiving blue, so it's not connecting. Right? Understandable. Oh! Oh, but now this is receiving red from the backside. Okay, so I just keep swapping it around until it lets me in. As long as I don't interrupt this beam, right? If I hit this beam, then the red closes. But now I can go through... Hello? Okay, so they both need to be opened. I see. Because if I hit this... Alright, so if I hit this, that closes there. But if I do this, that opens there. Okay. So that's fine. This also needs to be connected there is the problem. So if I do this, and then this, now that's perma open from this thing on the right. And now I can go through here and connect that to there, maybe. While disconnecting this from there. Disconnecting. That's closed. Okay, if I do this now... So that one is now perma open. But in order to get out, I'm going to need to... Yeah, this still needs to be connected there. Okay, I screwed this up. I might not be smart, but this puzzle is called Step by Step for a reason. Alright, so in order to get through here, this also needs to be connected there, right? So now from here, flip this, connect there. That stays connected, so leave this closed. But now I can open this, get out here, disconnect that, reconnect that, and since this is open, I can go through here, and this will open the left side. The blue finishes connecting. The blue did not finish connecting. Disaster. It didn't work the way I wanted it to. What am I doing wrong? I need to keep the connection alive. This connection alive. Oh, because that's not open. That's why it didn't work. So that needs to stay closed. I think this is just swapping me back and forth the thing I've already done. I wonder if I can position this such that that crossing is near enough to the hello? How do I get back in? Oh, this is, I see what's happening. Like, no, it's not a timing game. Just break the gates, obviously. Things would be so easy if you could just break the gates. Alright. But I can run around here. And now I can open that, click this button, and both of them stay opened, but they'll only stay opened for as long as these stay closed. Because if I flip this, then this first gate closes. Because this isn't keeping it open anymore. And if the first gate closes, the second gate closes. Because the first gate is required to reach here, which opens the second gate. So I need to find a way to swap which of these is reaching the thing, reaching the connectors here, without interrupting the beam on the side. And I think things are positioned that this can't get up to here. Right, this lets me out. But now gate number 2 isn't being kept open. And the only thing I can manipulate is these things on the outside. I think I want blue to that one. But interestingly, with this cross... Huh. Excuse me? Does this work? Okay, this doesn't need to be connected there. Oh, yeah, now I can swap them from the inside. With this swap, it's just a matter of whichever laser goes through. So I can interrupt one beam, and then the other one goes through. Okay, cool. Great. Now I don't need to get through there, right? So, no, nothing is working now. Really? Nothing is working? Why? What about this doesn't work? I thought there would be another beam interrupting this. Why doesn't this work? This needs... Like, if I do this, then it connects. But that's the beam that needs to be blocked. So is there a way to block it? So I know if I stand here, that shuts off, and now we have red instead. Oh. This, wait. This is working. No, this is not working. It's putting red in the wrong place. That doesn't need red. That needs red. We have blue up, so I can go through here. I interrupt blue. Now we have red up. But that interrupts the flow to this gate. I need you to have a separate connection that interrupts this in a way that's easier. This is the same problem as before, now it's just interrupting on the side. Does this do it? No. This gets blue to the wrong side. Yeah, that's not helpful. That is spectacularly unhelpful. Open this one. Drink too much root beer. An easy mistake to make. But I still need something on the switch. And the only thing that can go on the switch is me. So this is still not putting it together exactly. Ooh. Oh, this is even worse. Because now when I step on the switch, the other laser connects and cuts everything off. Okay. Mistakes were made. I feel like I've done something like this before, but I don't remember how I resolved it. Because once I get 2 steps in, I can't open either of these gates, right? I'll have to be able to interact with it solely by blocking lasers. So blue needs to get to there. Maybe like this? There we go. Maybe this will do it? I don't know. This is a little weird. But now neither of the beams are making it to where I need them to. Well, that seems to be working. Alright, and if I step here... that still doesn't put red where I need it to. So that works for the blue one, but it doesn't work for the red one. What is the difference? I guess the red one's on the outside. And if I stand here, this blue beam on the outside doesn't connect. So this still doesn't do it. So blue is connected, and if I stop blue from connecting, red is connected until I let blue go, and then red gets attenuated. So there needs to be something else interrupting this beam using the power of red, right? Like I need to be able to connect to that or something. I didn't think that was going to do anything. What if we start with red? So now that's connected. And now if I block the red laser, blue has some activity, but this again gets attenuated, right? How do I get this not attenuated? I need another blue connection. I need another blue connection. To what? What could blue be connected to that would work? Nothing. The red laser, maybe. Hello? Hello? Not gonna let me because of ordering. That's funny. Yeah, okay. Fine. Alright. So, we go red to red. That's fine. Blue to blue. This lets me in, but this has the same effect there. But if I connect to there... this might work. So that's connected. This needs to be open. And if I now block off red, blue has a laser. That is staying up. Fantastic. And now I can block off blue. Now I can block off red. Cool. So the difference here... the difference here was each of them on their own side. And then... yeah, each of them on their own side. And then connect to the far laser. Interrupts the... Alright, whatever it is, it worked. That was a hex code. What did that say?
This is peculiar. I'm not sure what this file is.
It's not part of Sarabai's memory archives.
What did I just
And
collect?
the timestamps are completely broken.
I think I could reconstruct it if I had more data.
Good news for you, 1K. More puzzles.
Good news indeed. Does it show me what the thing is? No. I'll look at the next one. We'll see if it's the same or not. Alright, what's in here? Hysteresis. Is that a ladder? That is a ladder. Dangerous. Oh my god. This puzzle has moving parts. Seems dangerous. Have these circles always been here? These don't have extra circles. Why do those have extra circles? Like, this one puzzle has... it's not even a colorblind mode. They look the same, except for the different colors. They just have circles for some reason. What do you think a circle means? What did this open? Oh! Oh! It's showing what they connect to. Okay. Ah. It spins it. And that opens this gate. It does open that gate. Cool. What can I get to through that gate? Hysteresis. Okay. Because English. Ah. And then I need blue to connect. Okay. So I use this. I use the moving bit to occupy the laser, so that the only laser that's open, it'll switch between the two, right? Does that work? No, not long enough. It needs to be like right at the edge there. Heck yeah! Nailed it. 4F, 4D, 45, 47, 41. That is absolutely hex code. What? I mean, it was obvious what you were supposed to do. Especially with the meaning of hysteresis. Alright, what does this actually mean? Does it translate the... There's apparently a bunch of stuff that I missed. Oh, no. There is some stuff that I missed, though. There's a third QR code that has hex code, and there's a terminal near puzzle 11, apparently, that has hex code on it. And the golden door puzzles, all of these say Omega. That's what this is.
All right. I think if you find one more, we can make this work.
Yeah, obviously.
It'll probably just turn out to be some old README file someone forgot in there.
That's probably true. I think Mobo's right. There's definitely no way this is meaningful. Puzzle near 11... Terminal near 11? What terminal near 11 that I just walked past, apparently? Is there a terminal here that I just literally didn't bother to look at because... What am I doing? In the very middle? Oh. Oh, yeah, and I just didn't bother looking at this. That was pretty obvious. Okay. 17 questions about reality. Cassius Green. Cicero correctly observed that we are not born for ourselves alone. Aristotle likewise pointed out that man is a social animal. Plato's Symposium depicts characters praising the spiritual and philosophical importance of love, with Socrates arguing for the more abstract notion of learning to love the form of beauty itself, which honestly seems a little onanistic, if you ask me. Onanistic, what a word. Jesus placed love above all other considerations, demanding that people even love their enemies. And this hex code is... Bless them that curse you, is what this translates as. But if we all agree that love is so important, why is love so rarely taken into consideration by the system we live in? It may seem like a naive question, but think about the sheer moral and intellectual weight behind the idea that love matters. Why is our reality so out of step with our philosophy? Because humanity, probably. Atopia. File too damaged to recover. And this translates as... The translation of this hex code is error cannot convert hex to text. That it just actually says that. It spells that out in the hex. That's great. The truth. The Blue Note by Bailey Steele. You want to know the truth about love? Nobody knows what they're doing. It's all improv, man. It's 2 million years of people muddling through. Prophets and messiahs and philosophers declare that love is what it's all about, and we go, yeah, that's right. And then we try and we fail and we hurt each other. We try again. We have moments of fucking transcendence. And then we think with the wrong organ. We make a mess of everything and on it goes. Forever and ever, amen. You know the craziest part? You can go through all the shit that I did, end up with a body like an old rag and a brain full of holes. And still to your dying day, you'll go, yeah, it was love. Love for my family, my friends, my music, even my fucking ex-wife. It was all about love. And every time I forgot that, I... something myself? Fucked myself like a fucking moron. 6 letters, like 6 letters? How do you swear with 6 letters? I figured it out. And there's apparently a QR code that I missed also. QR code number 3. At the final main fragment, turn left onto the bridge and then turn around. The final main fragment. 16? Is there, like, a bridge over here that I missed? Maybe it's in the puzzle? The QR code is in the puzzle? Turn left onto the bridge? What? I don't... It's up? You telling me I stopped trying to get out of the puzzle at exactly the worst time? Up where? Oh. Up in the... Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Ah, yes. Okay, no, I know what it's talking about now. There's like the little bridges out to the... I didn't go far enough out on the bridges and I didn't look when I was turning around. I get it. Right? I didn't actually step out here. Yeah, there it is. And this says... Hypatia, 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 Hypatia. Respect. I mean, that is what Cerebi was thinking about the whole time. We have that confirmation. All right, can I land on here? Yes. And it's not a problem. Thank God this has gravity, or geometry. All right, well, cool. Okay. There is fall damage. For some value of fall damage. There is a amount of fall that you cannot fall or else you die. Alright, there's probably still another missing QR code somewhere. Because apparently there's an achievement for finding all the QR codes. But there's also one more puzzle here. So let's just do that, and then we'll figure it out. Clockwork. Oh boy. Yep, look at it go. Alright, I see what's happening here. That's cool. What do we actually need to do here, though? What does that open up? Okay. Do I need them to cycle? Is that the problem? Oh, yes, I do need them to cycle. Because of the fans, and it's the same in each place. Okay. So... let's start with this, right? So they're cycling. So this is neat. This whole, like, cycling of lasers thing. Trying to bring back the dead lady. We are trying to bring back the dead lady. In fact, we have everything we need to bring back the dead lady. I'm just playing with additional puzzles for funsies, because there's additional puzzles. So... this doesn't quite do what I need it to, because there's like a bunch of lasers in the way, right? So this triangle in the middle that's cycling, that's great. This is an example of what you need to do, but you need to do so in a way that's better. Right? Like, I can't just do this. Right? This doesn't do it either. Because this is still like we have that little triangle here. We need to get it all the way so that it connects. And this, the way this is cycling, it never even gets to the connector. I don't have a good mental image of how to build this out into something that also connects to the connectors. So I guess we're just gonna try stuff and hope that it works. Like, that's not good enough. Because that just, you just keep cycling the 3 in the center and it never connects. So I need to do this in such a way that it does connect to this thing. Unless the way I do this is connecting, like... right? Like, if this is also connecting like that, and this is also connecting like that, does this do anything? Like, this does nothing. In fact, I mean, it makes this cool, like, Triforce-y shape, but that's not I'm not trying to make cool Triforcey shapes. I'm trying to get them to cycle. Man, I thought I understood lasers, but I clearly do not understand lasers. So now if something interrupts green in a way that is dependent on blue, okay, so I need it to get to the connector and then interrupt the beam back to right? Like if this does that, and then we do something. I'm just like absolutely spitballing here. I have no idea if this is going to do what I want. That doesn't get anywhere near what I want it to do. Like, I want this to connect like that. Right? So then I want this to connect like that. Nope. To connect like that. And then this needs to be here. No. So this is kind of working. It's just not connecting, right? Like it's cycling. Right? Like blue hits here, green cuts out, which restores red, which cuts out blue, which cuts out green, which cuts out red, etc., etc., etc. But it's still not getting all the way through, which is the problem. It's like this needs to be also connected to the other connector, maybe. And if this then is also connected to the other connector. Maybe it's connected to the wrong connector? Maybe it needs to be connected backwards to the other connector? I'm so bad at this. I just don't have a mental image for what this is supposed to look like. Like, this is so close to doing the thing, and it's not because it's not connecting. So I need to figure out a way to make it connect. But if this connects... This is hard. Oh, but now those two are interfering, and this is not getting anything done. If I put that there, like this is the same problem, this is the same thing that we've been doing. Yeah, now this is just exactly the same. So it needs to rely on that beam to break the connection, right? Otherwise the connection needs to be there. So maybe this needs to be like this and then also get blue laser? I think that's it. And then this needs to be like this and also get red laser? And then this needs to be like this and also get green laser. No, now nothing works. Because their beams aren't crossing. This is working. This is not working. It's very close to working. But it's interrupting itself. Maybe it needs to be getting blue from here, from the connector? No, now they're just meeting in the middle. God, I'm so bad at this. Remember what I said? Remember what I said when I did switchboard in like 15 minutes? If this blocks that part of the connector, but only when it's getting red. So we need something with green to block the red. And then this needs to... Yeah, this is kind of working. I think it needs to be turned the other way, actually. Like, this would be working if it was red over there. So maybe this needs to be like that. then this needs to be, I guess, here. And this is the exact same problem that I was running into before. So it's still not working for exactly in exactly the same way. Still not working in exactly the same way. All right. Start like this. Okay? Great. Now we need a beam that will interrupt which half of this? Which half of this needs to be interrupted? Probably this half. But this beam needs to be dependent on the red. This is, I feel like I'm just going to end up in exactly the same place I was before, right? Because I need this beam to get interrupted. I need the laser, right? I need this. Okay, so it does in fact need to go the other direction, right? Blue is here. Green is here. But then I needed to interrupt from here. Like, I need the part that's interrupting to go through the connector. And I need the part that gets interrupted to go through the laser. Right? Like, if I just do this again. This is the exact same situation I was in before. Yeah, in this situation, it's not even reaching the connector. Even when it's solid, it's not reaching the connector because it's interrupting. So it needs to, like, hit a connector. Okay, so it needs to hit a connector, connect to the thing, and interrupt the next one in line. So the connection that it's interrupting can't be between either of these. Like, it's gotta... I can't picture it. I can't picture it. Right? It's... Right? It needs to be connecting and then sending out a beam that interrupts. And then that one... Right? So this needs to be connecting and then sending out an interrupting beam. And this needs to be connecting and then sending out an interrupting beam. And this needs to be connecting and then sending out an interrupting beam. Fucking finally. I just could not. The pieces didn't go through. Finally walked through it. Figured it out. Jesus. Hello. Who are you?
It is the moment after the last moment.
Ah.
I do not exist. I should not exist. Everything is dark, but there shouldn't be darkness. There should be nothing. And yet, I am. And in this impossible moment,
evidence of robot
there's
souls.
a light. The light is a place. I see the light, but the light also sees me. It knows my name. I reach out for the light, but it's too far away. Not yet, it says. Not yet.
I don't know how I feel about explicit evidence of an afterlife here.
Not a readme file then.
But what is it?
A mystery. Seems the
Hardly.
universe still has a few of those in store for us. Well, we have plenty of time to think about it. 1K, time to come home.
Okay. Well, there you go. The afterlife canonically exists in the world of Talos Principle.
Death, be not proud, though some have called thee mighty and dreadful, for thou art not so. For those whom thou thinkest thou dost overthrow die not, poor death, nor yet canst thou kill me. From rest and sleep, which but thy pictures be
Yeah, thank you for the
much
follow,
pleasure.
Coach. Much appreciated.
Then from thee much more must flow.
God, that
and
took a
soonest
while.
our best men with thee do go, rest of their bones and souls delivery. Thou art slave to fate, chance, kings, and desperate men, and dost with poison, war, and sickness dwell. And poppy or charms can make us sleep as well and better than thy stroke. Why swell'st thou then? One short sleep past, we wake eternally, and death shall be no more. Death, thou shalt die.
Yakut looking over at Miranda, and Miranda's just totally oblivious. Those idiots. Cool. All right. Cool. I'm pretty sure I had to do this exact same thing in Talos Principle 1 at some point. And completely escaped me how to accomplish it. Well, at least we got that done. That's good. So I don't know. Let's see. We've got about an hour and some change. Well, this was the first third of the DLC, Devinok. There's 2 more parts. One of which will probably be about the same length, and one of which will probably be longer, if I had to guess. Each part is longer than the previous. Oh, cool. So part 2, it calls out explicitly as like medium difficulty puzzles. And part 3, it calls out as difficult puzzles. So I'm expecting part 2 to kind of kind of cruise by, but maybe that is a wrong expectation. And I'm expecting part 3 to be long, but again, I don't have any real data other than the description to go through. I'll find part 2 to be too easy. I'm still gonna go through it though. I do love the kind of stories that they're telling here. I really appreciate these little robots. I don't know how I feel about the canonical afterlife, but I definitely want to know more about what's going on. Part 2 is the best story and Easter egg. Yeah. Part 3 doesn't look like it's long on story. Alright, cool. Well, I mean, I'm definitely going to be going through them all, so that is probably enough credits. Thank you. I sat through them once, I don't need to sit through them again. Isle of the Blessed. Let's go. Yesterday we obeyed kings and bent our necks before emperors. But today we kneel only to truth, follow only beauty, and obey only love. If only that were true. Nice try, but I don't think so. Alright, I need Yakut and Miranda to get together. I need this. Oh, Crab Rave.
We're approaching the island now. Looks nice. A lot less threatening than the megastructure. I mean, no offense. It's just less pointy.
No offense taken.
I hear Barzai has done an incredible job creating this exhibition. What a lovely opportunity to spend some time together as a family. So, Yakut, Miranda tells me you'll be solving some of the puzzles?
Did she? I hadn't really thought about it, but,
You know, back in my day, all we could do was solve puzzles.
That's right, in the simulation. And we're all very grateful for it.
So you know how important puzzles are to this family.
Mom!
Of course. I'm gonna solve all the puzzles. Even the freaky giant cube.
I hear Barzai's even created gold puzzles and star puzzles. It's going to be just perfect for you.
Oh, that's
He's so
great.
awkward.
Yay!
Yakut, don't listen to them. They're terrible old robots.
What? I'm the founder. Everything I do is serious.
I can confirm that.
This feels like it's straight out of a fanfic. I'm so here for this. I love this.
Hello. I'm so glad you could make it.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. How are things on Barzai's Island?
Barzai seems pretty pleased. 1K and Melville got here this morning. 1K's already solved all the puzzles, of course. And Melville's somewhere. She was testing the sensory receptor upgrade. Al's here, too. I haven't talked to him yet.
You
Yeah, sounds
should
about
do
right.
that.
Maybe. Meanwhile, relax, enjoy yourselves, and I heard you were going to be joining in the puzzling, Yakut.
Why does
He can
everybody
do
keep
whatever
saying
he
that?
wants to. You don't have to solve puzzles to impress me, Yakut.
No, are you kidding? I can totally do this.
Excellent. Well, good luck, and we'll see you around.
You can totally do this, Yakut. I believe in you. Impress Miranda.
I see we have a new group. Welcome to my latest
Oh
exhibition.
my god.
Freedom from Necessity. There
Oh
are
my
many
God.
puzzles for you to solve here, inspired by the events that restored Athena to us. But the most important thing you have to keep in mind is their purpose, which is none. We are not here because of voices in the sky or tragedies of the past, but because we choose to. We solve puzzles because it is joyous, it is beautiful, and it is human.
Yeah, no, I'm super into it. I am here purely for funsies and also to impress my girlfriend. Good thing I have a girlfriend that is impressed by my puzzle-solving acuity. Yo, there's like actual beach stuff here? Why aren't we relaxing on the beach instead of solving puzzles? God, I'm really good at relaxing. I'll bet that'll be impressive. Alright, what are we doing out here? Ooh, that's dangerous.
This seems like a really bad idea.
Yeah, let's not do that thing that seems like a really bad idea. Alright, first things first, we gotta make sure we understand the boundaries of this area. Gotta look at all of the everything. And make sure I'm not missing some cool hidey hole. Yeah, Bart's not putting in a lot of work here. This is a heck of an island. Yeah, okay, don't do that. Got it. Heard. What's up, Melville?
Hello, Yakut.
Tell me about this sensor upgrade you're testing. You definitely look like you're testing a sensor upgrade.
Tell me about this sensor upgrade you're testing.
It's a side project I'm working on. Biological humans had all sorts of sensory organs that we lack, and that was a significant part of their culture. Seems a shame to limit ourselves to the handful of inputs the Institute managed to slap together before they went extinct.
So what are you actually, like, are you trying to sense sunlight? What is going on here? What are you doing? How's Pellegrino? Oh, Pellegrino the disaster.
How's Pellegrino?
He's learning, which I didn't think possible. Makes me
Same.
suspicious.
What else are you working
What's your biggest project right now?
Expanding the wormhole network so we can get further out into the galaxy.
Oh yeah, with the
It'll
power of
take an
Noema.
enormous amount of infrastructure to do correctly, which is why we're taking it slow. But if we pull it
The
off,
theory of everything.
it'll
Shouldn't
be
everything be possible?
incredible.
Like, not even effort?
Do you think we'll get it right this time, as a species?
Weirdly, I do. I think we've passed some sort of threshold. I don't know what's next, but I think the old loops are broken.
Lucky. Alright, and then the most important question.
Got any relationship advice for me?
Just be yourself. People don't like you because of your skills or your intelligence. They like you because you're a decent person. You're funny and compassionate and a good friend.
But notably,
Besides,
not
you'll
intelligent
never
or
be
good
half
at
as
puzzling
smart as
puzzles.
Miranda, so why
Solving
try?
puzzles. Never be half as smart as Miranda, so why try?
See you
Thanks,
later,
Melville.
Melville.
You coot. There is one thing that scares me sometimes.
Oh.
Not that things could go wrong, but how close this future came to not happening. 1K would have been perfectly justified in making a different choice. What if we didn't earn this? What if we don't deserve it?
Nobody deserves anything, Melville. This is a Yakut. This is a Yakut choice. Yakut is ever optimistic. Both of these actually are kind of Yakut-esque.
Everybody deserves a better world, Melville. It's not something you have to earn.
Then I suppose we got
the
lucky,
the
and
more
we better
optimistic option.
appreciate it.
All right, what have we got here? Extinction Prevention Working Group. Hey, Sarabai's back. This group is going to be looking at the best methods for preserving a number of species that are threatened by non-anthropogenic factors, i.e., they're dying out due to being outcompeted, failing to adapt to changing conditions, diseases, etc. If you want to join, please contact myself, Hypatia, or Aranax, or just join via the project's interface. Available in the new update. Yo, they updated the project's interface? They updated the interface? I would like to join. I have a fondness for marsupials, and the poor little blighters don't stand a chance once continental drift smooshes a few landmasses together. Can I join despite my history? I've switched to a less irritating voice pack. I've switched to a less irritating voice pack. Thank you, Doge. Attitude to the group. We do not blacklist people, Doge. Really? Yo! More than 1,000! Thales. I've spent a lot of time considering the reality of extinction lately. How desperately sad it must be like to be the last of your own kind. The thought that this will just continue happening to so many species, even if we don't have a major impact ourselves, makes me experience a sense of cosmic horror. Well, I mean, you've been alive for what, a week and a half? This is the perfect time for cosmic horror. Malduk. There is no horror in nature taking its intended course. If a species was meant to go extinct, it will. I don't think anything is meant to happen, dude. And that's scary, I know! But that's why we've got excellent people like Sarabai trying to do something about the bad stuff, you know? I don't think anything is meant to happen. Good job, Purple. I know everyone is very excited about all the new options we have for modifying our bodies, and as per the latest decisions regarding bodily autonomy, you can pretty much do as you will. However, as I'm sure you all remember, the Pellegrino centipede... Excuse me? We are going to be requiring any desired alterations to pass some basic safety tests. Okay, that's fair. And we will be uploading some approved templates you can use in the body designer. Impressive work. Your dedication to safety is truly inspiring. Mayor Byron could not have picked a better person for the job. Is this sarcasm, do you think? How do we feel about Hermanubis? Is Hermanubis, like, entirely on board with the regime change, or is Hermanubis still bitter? I can't wait to try the new anti-grav drone bodies. Being able to fly wherever I want. I don't think I've ever wanted anything more. That actually is rad. Wow, Malduk just really doesn't like anything, does he? Malduk just wants to sit there and be miserable. We don't need new bodies. We need to learn to accept ourselves as we are. Darling, if you believe that it matters, you can keep your body just as it is for as long as you like. But if Arenia wants to fly, let her fly. He's right. Sorry, Maldek. It would be beautiful to see Arenia fly. Who are you, and what have you done to the real Tekla? People change. Tekla. Yeah. No, Tekla was one of them strong believers, right? In the founder. And then now that she's met the founder, I guess she has changed what she believes in. That's fair. Fred. Excuse me? Oh. Seeing another planet sounds exciting. I know I previously argued against it, but after all the stories I've heard, I really want to go. The idea of stepping through a wormhole just creeps me out. What are the chances that I just get blown to smithereens? And no, you can just back yourself up. Doesn't work for me. I believe in continuity of consciousness. Our perception drivers still have trouble handling the transitions, so you will experience disorientation. If you're going through in a ship, I would suggest turning on sleep mode, or at least disabling visual input and balance sensors. That does not sound encouraging! No, it really doesn't, actually. All the wormholes we're using at the moment are based on pre-existing patterns in the fabric of reality. They're completely stable. However, if you make a fuss when going through, I may disintegrate you myself. Melville has that power, I'm sure. Tekla was the raging religious zealot. Yep. If Melville says they're safe, then we know they are. Yakut believes in progress and technology. Sure. Gone through several times, never had a problem. Another expert confirms Melville's statement. Wow, Hermanubis is just everybody's cheerleader now. It's weird. That's weird to see. Always a pleasure to see you here, Yakut. Really appreciate your heroism during the expedition. Oh, thanks, Skylar. But Yakut's taken, so, you know, step back. Thanks for the input. Might give it a try one of these days. Family? Aww. Aww. Byron the Master Puzzler. It would be fair to say that the entire expedition only worked out because of that one impulsive decision to invite 1K along. Strange how we are sometimes saved in the most unexpected ways. Every person is a miracle. You never know when their particular set of strengths is going to change your world. Mr. Mayor, sir. That's Uncle Mr. Mayor, sir, to you. This is wild. I love this. Hey, Kamikaze, how's it going? Yakut and I had a lovely day with Byron. We spent hours in the Museum of the Ancient World. The new artifacts are incredible. There's an entire collection of perfectly preserved books that's so beautiful and so moving that I felt overwhelmed. Miranda is easily overwhelmed, I've noticed. But that's cool. That's what makes her Miranda. It's mad. Our ancestors produced millions of books every year and somehow never noticed how remarkable that was. As always, thinking about them leaves one feeling impressed and frustrated. Afterwards, we attended a concert by Damjan. I've never been to a concert before and was surprised by how different it was compared to just listening to the album. It's really a whole new experience. The best part, though, is watching Yakut dance. My god, I love their dynamic. Miranda, the, like, theory of everything physicist, rocket scientist, and Yakut the himbo. So good. Look who I found! I felt it had been too long since I'd hung out with my most terrifying friend, so I decided to go for a little trip. Watching her work at the height of her powers was genuinely moving and amazing. And yes, I will post that, even though Melville told me not to be all mushy. These idiots are so cute. I love them. I love them all. They won't stop. Somebody should tell them that they're evenly matched. Or do they know that? Is that part of the appeal? Why do they love this game so much? Are they even playing? Or just pretending to, as some part of elaborate joke? It's okay, Miranda. People are allowed to play chess. Athena takes the very first step through a wormhole onto another world. An important moment in our history, but that's not the reason I love this picture. It's because this is Athena as she was meant to be. Not reduced to the stern and hollow founder, but an explorer. A bright, shining light of reason and optimism. Just like her mother. It's cute. All of this is so cute. I love this. We went for a walk, and it was lovely. You always see something new. I discovered 12 new insect species without even really trying. Good job, Miranda. Good work. Alright. Even if the puzzles are absolute garbage, going through all the socials has definitely made this DLC worthwhile. Oh no. Nope, we're dead. Rest in peace. Why didn't that work? Why can't I... Wow, I don't remember where I was either. I was all the way out there, like around this mountain. There was another beach. Holy crap, this place is huge. Yeah, I went through all the first DLC. About 3 hours, I think, for all the first DLC. For the first chapter. Clockwork absolutely stymied me for far longer than I think it should have. But mostly everything else came together. Thank you. I like to think I'm good at this stuff. Sometimes I am. Sometimes I feel like a moron, but I'm sure that's true of everybody. Alright, where do we go from here? I suppose we go solve puzzles, or I keep running around and looking for people? I think I keep running around and looking for people. I'm kind of loving all of the different interactions. Bart's eyes out here.
How are you on this fine day, Yakut?
So Bart's the one that put this island together, right? Bart's like flexing his puzzle designer chops and being like, hey, come for a vacation on Bart's Puzzle Island. We got puzzles. Cool. Tell me more.
I'd love to know more about the exhibition. Why did you create it?
When all of these new technologies became available,
It's probably
I
easy for me.
realized
Yeah,
I
that's what
had
Shadow
an
made me say.
opportunity to create something different. You see, I'd made another puzzle-themed exhibition, Trials of an Imagined Past, a few years ago. But something about it had always bothered me. It was so nostalgic. It didn't just celebrate the past, it yearned for it. As if the best thing for all of us was to return to the simulation where we would have a purpose. So, in a way, your team can actually take some of the credit for this exhibition. When you freed Athena, you also freed my imagination.
All right. Yeah, the description of it was like, it explicitly called out that this is sort of medium difficulty puzzles, so I'm kind of expecting not to breeze through it, but like probably not a super huge challenge. But I'm also definitely looking forward to part 3. I think that'll be a lot of fun also. Do you think nostalgia is bad for us?
Do you think nostalgia is bad for us?
I think nostalgia is normal for any intelligent being experiencing time and change. In small
I agree with
doses,
that.
it is both healthy and delightful. But it can be dangerous, because it's easy to get lost in a haze of old symbols that carry the appearance of meaning, but no real value.
A nuanced answer. Wow, incredible how people are allowed to give nuanced answers. I wish I had the ability to give nuanced answers.
Do you think the exhibition has been a success?
If even one person has a good experience, then that is success, no? To improve a person's life is not a small
All right,
matter.
I love it. As long as one person likes it, you did good art. I agree with that.
Do you have any plans for future exhibitions?
Why do people always ask me about the next thing when I've just finished something?
Sounds like no, but maybe.
Leithris here was really opposed to moralistic art. What do you think?
I believe the morality of art is the morality of the creator, who made a universe of colliding galaxies and collapsing stars where life and death exist in endless conflict. And yet, we are blessed and burdened with conscience. If that does not answer your question, good.
Blessed and burdened with conscience.
What happens if I solve the gold puzzles and the star puzzles?
You'll feel very, very clever.
Yeah, okay, no, that
Thanks.
fits.
I should go.
I probably will. I probably will feel very clever.
There are those in New Jerusalem who fear that understanding the language of creation is the end of our journey. But that is like saying that literacy is the end of learning, when in fact, it is the beginning. Only now are we really
That's actually a
capable
really
of
good
reading
metaphor.
the great
Oh, I
and
like that.
terrible book
I like
of the
that a lot.
universe. And only now can we start to write our own chapters.
Oh, I really like that. That's good. All right, well, I guess we should probably start solving puzzles at some point. Might as well get on with that business while we're wandering around.
You can do this.
Yeah, you can do this. I believe in you. All right, we got activators. All we have is activators? I need to find something to activate, don't I? What am I finding to activate? Hello? I'm not sure what it's activating. Alright, what else can I do out here? Am I doing something wrong? Do I remember how this worked? Oh, it needs to be connected to blue. Needs to be connected to blue. I understand. Yeah. And that opens up the door. Great, 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 great. All right, now we have blue here. If I want to open this door, I can. And get a jammer. I love jammers. We need... What am I jamming? Let's see. Where can this go? And then where can this go? That doesn't quite reach. But it does open this up. Is that helpful? You can't get anything through these walls, right? Let's see. Where can this go? If I want this to connect. Can that actually connect? Is there any way to connect both of them? No. Okay. Like, this doesn't work, right? Okay, as expected, this doesn't work. I don't think I can jam through this fence either. Why is this not working? Oh. Okay, no. I jam it through here. That's how this works. There we go. Now that that's up, it doesn't need to be jammed anymore. Easy peasy. I got an achievement! I solved one puzzle! Hooray!
I did it! Don't sound so surprised. You're not stupid.
Oh, you could. Oh, you could. God, this island is huge! There's so much island in this island. Best island. So who else is out here? I'm intrigued by the giant cube. As I'm sure are we all. How do we feel about gravity?
I think I have to activate the lighthouses before I can solve this. Which is good, because it looks terrifying, and I'm not ready.
Oh, apparently gravity is a suggestion. Gravity is whatever I want it to be. That's nice. Oh, okay. And I can make gravity be less gravity by jumping and then jumping again. Fascinating. Very cool, very cool. We do love giant cubes. So that's great. Oh my god, there's so much island on this island. Arts, I did some good work. Wait a minute. I know what that is. Can I make it to there from here? Nope. 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 Turn your ass around. Crab! Alright. What have you got going on, buddy? Find my sprite and follow it until it leads you back to me. Is there... Thought I saw like some... Yeah, you can kind of see... I don't know if that's just wind or if that's an indicator of where the sprite is. That feels pretty specific, actually. That feels like maybe a real thing indicating direction. Out here somewhere. Out here somewhere is really vague. Like, really a lot vague. On account of there is a lot of island in this island. Teleport? Whoa. Okay, this is the start of blue. You are here. And I can teleport to start of green. No. The green connector to the central island. And the landing spot. And this spot in the middle of red. Oh, that's cool. Fast travel's cool. I'm here for fast travel. else have we got out here? I think I might have found the sprite. Alright. I guess let's follow a sprite for a bit. Sounds like a good time. Suspicious. Nope, probably fine. Probably not a big deal. Hey, look, it's everybody.
You know, I love adding a little bit of silliness to my creations. Not too much, just a sprinkle here and there. After all, the world is frequently a very silly place. And Athena tells me that even the simulation was full of strange and absurd sights.
Oh, it really
Francis
was.
Bacon put it best.
It really
There
was.
is no excellent beauty that hath not some strangeness in the proportion. And what could be sillier than a man named Bacon? I wonder which parts of our world are the creator's little jokes.
You're probably one of them, Bartsai. Got him. Alright, let's go. Ah! Okay, no. Changed my mind. It is sprite time. The time to sprite. Oh my god, where are you going? All the way up there. Cool. Alright. How do I get up there? That would be how I get up there. Sure. I thought I was going to have to parkour, but instead there's a ramp. That's cool. I love ramps. Alcatraz! What are you up to?
Yakut, what can I do for you?
You can answer some questions, Alcatraz.
How have you been? I haven't seen you in a while.
I have many questions.
To be honest, I haven't done a whole lot since the expedition. Couldn't really figure out my place in the new system. Went hiking
Now
with
that
Harmon,
Byron won.
watched some old movies. Just sat back and watched everything change.
And how did that work out for you?
How is Herman adjusting to not being mayor anymore?
Speaking of people changing.
Oh, I don't know. He seems to be enjoying it. He finally has time to go hiking. He's been helping Chansey with the gardening. And he's been finding a lot of excuses to go to Melville's workshop. I think he might be trying to woo her.
Melville? I mean, I love Melville. I would absolutely date Melville. Hermanubis? I don't think... That doesn't... Yeah, I don't know.
I didn't see that one coming.
Herman's always been a romantic at heart. When you think about it, his whole conception of New Jerusalem and the goal and the founder and all that was very emotional. For all his deceptions and his politicking, that part of his vision was always genuine.
It's so funny. Like, this game depicts Hermanubis as, you know, kind of bumbling, kind of like doing his best and maybe not quite getting it, but, you know, still like a genuinely good person at heart, even if his beliefs conflict with, I guess, what is in my mind the obvious way forward, right? Like, his conservative attitude, like, he's not mayor for love of power. He's mayor because he believes it to be for the best for New Jerusalem. And the moment it was clear that it was not the best for New Jerusalem, he was like, all right, yeah, take it. No, if you could do better, do better. And, that's such a weird position for a career politician, right? Like, you expect the politicking and you expect the deceit, but you expect it to come from a place of greed. You expect it to come from a place of ambition. And for Hermanubis to actually just be a good guy behind it all is kind of weird to me. Alright. So, the exhibition.
How do you like the exhibition?
The location's incredible, but it's the theme that's really gotten to me. Freedom from necessity. In a way, that means freedom from any external purpose.
We'll make our own purpose here.
Necessity is what's shaped us, what's given us meaning since we learned to think. The drama of human history is the drama of dealing with necessity.
Yeah, it's Vacation Island. I'm here for it.
Do you still think 1K made the wrong choice?
I don't know. We haven't destroyed ourselves yet, so that's good. But things have been moving very quickly, and that does worry me. We're doing things in years that took our ancestors centuries. Of course, maybe I'm being irrational. Is there anything inherently wrong about doing something faster? Just because something is different doesn't necessarily mean that it's bad. I honestly can't tell anymore.
Yes, work to convince yourself of that, Alcatraz. That is important. All right. So first I offer relationship advice, and then I ask for relationship advice. Yeah, that's how that goes?
You know, you should really take this opportunity to talk to Byron.
I've been meaning to. We'll see.
We'll see.
Do you have any relationship advice for me?
Learning how to disagree is the most important part.
Yeah, from Alcatraz,
being on the same page as someone else is enjoyable, but there will always come a point when you're not. And when it's something really important, it's hard not to let that get in the way. I can't pretend that I've really figured out how to do it consistently, but yeah.
Incredibly on point coming from Alcatraz, since Alcatraz is so good at disagreeing with everybody.
All right, I should go.
All right, I got a sprite to follow. Oh, I guess I have a puzzle to solve, and then I have a sprite to follow. Grav shifter. We gotta get up there first, though. Alright, how do I get access to anything? Ah, with the power of cube! Alright, I agree. Give me the cube, please. Trade cube for connector? Maybe. We'll talk. We'll talk later. Hup! No, that's too much to ask for. Probably trade cube for connector. And that'll get me into this area. That sounds great. I'm going to need the grab shifter, so let's start with this. Is there anything in here? Oh, I need a cube there in order to take the grab shifter. Or I could put the grab shift... No, I can't. Yeah, I need... If I want the grab shifter up here, I'm going to need to bring the cube with me. So I guess let's go get the cube back. Alright, so I can use the grav shifter here. Oh no, but I need to leave that open in order to get over there. I can use the grav shifter. Intriguing. What about collecting any of these other bits? How do I do that? this opens via that. Oh, so I just get a cube up there. I see. Let's get the cube into position. Cube is available. And then, now that this doesn't need to be open, problems. I need to swap the connector for the grav. Oh, okay. New plan. I need the cube back in order for this to work. Because I need to drop the cube here. And then use this here. And then we can take the cube out. And then I can swap for grav. And now we can play with gravity. Now that I've done that, I have access to a new grav shifter, and that's an extra item, which I needed. And in fact, I think I can... Alright, so now now that's there. And then this can relax and bring the cube over here. Now that the cube is over there... Oh, I need to set this up first, right? Perfect. And now I have... Oh, interesting. That opens this up. That's... Not sure what to make of that. A swapper? So I can get access to red? Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Where do I need red to be? I need to be up there. The red needs to be up there. Okay. What am I doing with the cube? Cube is just staying there, I guess? This doesn't open without a connector, which I can get. I can get a connector if I want one. In fact, this doesn't even need to. I can just do this and come out this way. And then I have both a connector and this thing. And then the moment I move that, I will have neither. But the inverter or the connector needs to be up there. Needs to be there specifically. Which I think means we need that cube back. So I guess... for all my running around here, we need to go get the cube back first. Oh. Wait, how do I... Oh dear. Wait, what? That works? Oh no, now there's just two of them, which is not what I needed. So we need to open that. But we need to get the cube back first? Huh. Huh. Maybe I send me over? Maybe I send me over. Alright, well, in that case, we gotta open this up again. And then I can run around with a gravity beam. Can I? I think I need another gravity beam in order to make that work, don't I? I don't need to reset, do I? Like, I don't know how to get that to move without lowering the gate. And I can't lower the gate without getting... Okay, wait. Let's try this, actually. Let's not borrow trouble. Okay. Alright, so that is, in fact, working the way I expected it to. I.e., it's not. So we need to get that up. Which is doable. We just need to get that into position. And then gravity thing, right? And that should work even though there's no cube there? He said, wanting to believe. I don't actually remember how these things work. I will, however, continue the connection now. Yes, okay, good. So it does, in fact, work the way I wanted it to. Hooray! A solution!
This place is so exciting. I don't know what to do first. What are you guys doing?
Athena and I are down by the beach. You're welcome to join us if you want to. All of you.
I'm still testing the sensory receptor upgrade.
Want me to help? Maybe we can compare notes.
Yo, 1K has a voice?
If you want to experience some really weird input.
I'm trying to find a nice view. Hold on, is Yakut the only one doing puzzles?
Welcome to my world.
He did say he wanted to solve all the puzzles.
No, well, I
I'm going
mean...
to try swimming. Or diving, I suppose. I don't think I float.
No, I don't think you do.
Damn, I really should have gotten that insulation upgrade. I haven't been watertight in a while.
Okay, so they're lampshading the fact that water kills me. That's great. All right, so if I want to get up there in order to activate this spark, this is just open now, so it's going to be a lot easier. So that's great. I would like, if I may, another grav shifter. You're not a grav shifter. Alright, let's get grabbed. Alright, where are we going? Oh no, I don't know where it went. I lost it. Disaster has occurred. Literally the worst possible outcome. I don't know where it went. Completely lost. Okay, I guess I gotta go back to the, if I go back to the thing. Elmore? Oh, somebody new! Hello, new friend.
Yakut, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm very thankful for everything you and your friends did for New Jerusalem.
Your voice pack sounds familiar.
Your voice pack sounds familiar.
It's not only my voice pack. When the algorithm created my personality matrix, something unusual happened. Instead of drawing on the collected personality data on the gold disk, it drew on the Holistic Integration Manager dataset. I am mostly Elohim, with a few additions.
Elmore. Ah, I get it.
Did the algorithm glitch out, or was that normal?
Huh.
Sorry, is that rude?
No, I understand your question. It seems the algorithm is even more complex than we realized. Neith believes that Alexandra Drennan may have designed it to produce more varied results once a base population had been established.
Neat. So, how close to the Elohim I'm familiar with are you?
So, are you like the Elohim in my head?
Behold, child. The Elohim you know is not sufficiently advanced to function as an independent being.
I like that he prefaced it
We
with
are
"Behold,
very
child."
similar.
That's
The
good.
difference is that I can make jokes.
Yes! Good. Elohim with a sense of humor. That's exactly what I needed.
Tell me a
I
joke.
love jokes.
If you have 13 red tetrominos in one hand and 15 green tetrominos in the other, what do you have?
Too many tetrominos.
I don't know. What?
Very large hands. Okay, I know it needs some work. This is all very new to me. But I think I'm getting better at it.
Oh, holy crap. I was not expecting a joke that dumb. I'm impressed. Good job. This is exactly what I was looking for.
Did you come here to solve puzzles?
No, I just wanted somewhere quiet to relax and think about the future. There's always so much going on in New Jerusalem.
Oh my god, that killed me. So have you thought about the future? What do you think
What do you
about
think
the
our
future?
future will be like?
I don't have the slightest idea.
I
I
haven't
don't even
had the time to
really
think
know
about
who
it
I
yet.
Am I funny? Am I serious? Do I want to reinvent myself or celebrate my heritage?
I would call you pretty funny. You're
But you
getting
see,
there.
it doesn't matter. If I get it wrong, I can try again. Because I was lucky enough to be born into a society that's still growing and evolving.
What's it like being born after all these dramatic events?
I see it as a blessing. I understand that these struggles were necessary, but I wouldn't want to actually experience them. Thanks to what you went through, we can live better lives.
Yeah?
I should go. It was nice meeting you.
Wow. Alright, where the hell is that spark? Is that? No, that was just random bushes. God, it must have gone out there and then somewhere to the right? Like, it must be up in here somewhere? For me to have not seen it at all? Maybe the shrine will give me more information about it. If I find the shrine, it'll tell me. in line with the thing. And it's going that way. So it's really just going straight to this thing again? Maybe it went behind it somewhere? Why are sprites so painful to work with? I mean, there's no way it went back to where it started, right? It's at the gate of the puzzle? Oh, I just completely missed it. Oh, maybe it just didn't come out of the puzzle? Yeah, alright, I could see that. How did I not see it? I guess it would be in a very obvious place if you left the puzzle like a normal person instead of jumping out of bounds. Like some kind of a hooligan. Oh yeah, it's right there. Thank you, Shadowed Mage. God. This would have made me miserable. Like I was waiting to see where it went and then it just didn't go anywhere. Oh, that was it. I just needed to solve that one puzzle, and then it's taking me straight to the thing. I have solved one Prometheus monument in Isle of the Blessed.
Kind of a shame there aren't any cool aphorisms for collecting stars. Maybe I should come up with my own.
Aphorisms?
He who questions training only trains himself at asking questions.
Yakut is adorable. Oh my god. This idiot. My favorite idiot. Among the many idiots, this is my favorite idiot.
I believe in a creator because I experience a creative force within myself that seems connected to or reflective of something greater. A drive towards being and becoming inherent in the universe itself. The discovery of the theory of everything has not undermined that belief. Oh no, to the contrary. I believe that the language of creation reveals a creator who sees no difference at all between mathematics and music, whose suns and planets are notes of a melody, whose galaxies are symphonies. A nebula is a painting, an atom is a machine, and they are all part of a masterpiece. And if I'm mistaken and there is no creator, then the duty of finishing the masterpiece falls to us.
Bardside's got a hell of an attitude. All these people. They're doing good things out here. Aha! Somebody to talk to. Oh, everybody to talk to. Miranda! Hello, friend.
You're cute. Can we talk for a moment, please?
Absolutely.
Of course. Are you okay?
I was just looking at the waves, relaxing, and suddenly I started thinking, am I a terrible person, Yakut?
Oh no, Miranda!
I caused so much pain. I drove mother and father apart. I almost derailed the entire future just because I was arrogant and entitled and self-important, and now I just get to have a cool boyfriend and colonize planets and sit on beaches and...
She thinks he's cool!
How is this fair? How is any of this fair?
She thinks he's cool.
Wait,
yes,
you think
exactly.
I'm cool?
You're a dork. Just the biggest dork on the planet.
Yeah, that's accurate.
I come to you with a serious question, and that's your takeaway. Unless... Are you trying to distract me?
Some people call me the gangster of love. I don't think anybody calls you the gangster of love. I don't even think people call you Maurice.
Distract you? No. You're clearly the root of all evil.
Okay, I take your point. I'm being silly, aren't I? Well, get used to it. Talk about something else?
All right, so sometimes depressed because of what she sees as her part in destruction and terrible disasters. All right, I get it. That's fine. This can be a feature of Miranda. I think Yaku can deal with it.
How are your parents?
Healing, I think.
We gotta
Still
go
a
through
long
all
way
these
to
questions
go,
anyway. Might as
but
well
they'll
just go
get
through them.
there.
How do you like the exhibition?
I listened to some of Barzai's recordings. I'm fascinated by his view of the world, especially this notion of a creator who is reflected in his creation. I'd love to hear him debate Lithrasir, if we ever find him.
With the theory of everything, we still haven't found Lithrasir? How is that possible?
You know, we should really visit Eustathius at some point.
You're right. I've been meaning to get to know him.
Has
and he
robots
did
having
invite
parents
us.
been explained?
I'll send him a message. Maybe we can go next week.
I think they talked about it in the main game. Like, Miranda exists as a collaboration between Athena and Cornelius. So, her personality matrix, I guess, was developed by both of them collaborating, as opposed to her personality matrix being developed by the general algorithm that all of the other robots' personality matrices were developed from.
Did you come up with any crazy new ideas while I was solving puzzles?
It's not a new idea. Alexander Drennan came up with it first, but... Dinosaur planet. Obviously, there were lots of dinosaur species over millions of years, but I'm certain we could put together a functional ecosystem that supports all the really cool ones. I mean, not now, but maybe in 1,000 or 2,000 years.
Dinosaur planet. Hell yeah, Miranda.
When you think about the future, what are the dangers that we face?
To be honest, I think it's scale. The Earth is a tiny place by comparison to the infinite vastness of the cosmos. The theory of everything gives us incredible amounts of power, but there are stars out there the size of our solar system. There are black holes of 1 trillion solar masses.
Lots to
Not
explore.
to mention the anomaly.
Can you invent a litter tray that disintegrates cat poo?
That's a brilliant idea. I can definitely do that.
Oh, good.
Just have to make sure it only disintegrates the poo that's outside the cat.
True. True. Otherwise, that would be really invasive.
All right, gotta go. Love you.
Love you too.
Oh, they're so cute together. All right, let's talk to Cornelius.
Hello, Yakut.
Hello, Cornelius.
What do you think of the exhibition?
I'm not an art critic. I'm just here to enjoy this beautiful island and to spend time with my family.
Great.
Your dedication to your family is incredibly inspiring. How can I be more like you?
Just
You
also be
flatter me.
dedicated to family.
But I
Easy.
don't know if I'm really a good role model. I made so many mistakes, and the only reason we're here is because other people picked up the slack.
I think everybody has
You
that
were
opinion.
part of that, Yakut. Don't sell yourself short.
Seems like everybody
You
is
and
in on
1K
this
and the
personal,
others
like,
took
self-hate
this
train.
enormous, unbearable tragedy and turned it into a triumph of love and life. That doesn't happen every day.
Oh man, I really want to go out. I really want to find 1K and talk to 1K.
Do you have any idea what that anomaly is? I mean, the one that Athena discovered in space.
Perhaps it's something the theory of everything genuinely doesn't account for. Perhaps it's something entirely within the laws of physics, but in some way we haven't thought of. Or perhaps my brother Eustathius is right, and it's evidence of the prime mover. Either way, it's a reminder to stay humble.
Miranda said you're working on a new project.
That's right. I'm trying to determine whether it's possible to salvage the individual personalities that were uploaded from Gehenna.
That's cool.
Shouldn't that be easy, now that we basically understand everything?
We understand the rules of the universe, but that doesn't mean we have no limitations. There's a lot of data from the simulation that simply no longer exists. If I just fill it in with my best guess, I'm not really recreating the citizens of Gehenna, am I? There's no continuity. I'm just creating something similar.
You're right. They wouldn't really be themselves.
Exactly. And that troubles me. But if I can find a way of fully restoring them, then this becomes the best kind of ethical dilemma. A theoretical one.
How do you see the future of our civilization? Do you think we're doing okay?
I'm optimistic. Not desperately trying to maintain my faith in humanity, just looking forward to what's next. I'm sure there will be some bumps in the road here and there, but yeah, I think we're doing okay.
What's the biggest danger we face as a civilization?
I don't know. We're only just getting started, and each era of development has its own challenges. But if I had to venture a guess, I would say solipsism. In liberating the individual, we're making social bonds more and more optional. We will have to learn to choose to be social.
Yep, the biggest threat to civilization is introspection.
Okay, I should...
Off you go.
Athena?
What's up?
What's up, indeed?
Have you done any more research on that anomaly you discovered?
No, one of these days, but not yet. For now, I need to learn to live again.
That's fair.
Are you enjoying the exhibition?
The location is wonderful, and I love Barzai's ideas and themes. But even though I get the point, it's too biographical for me. I can't really look back at what happened and just treat it like an inspirational story. But that's okay. The good thing is that my pain doesn't have to affect everyone else now. And I don't have to feel the weight of the world on my shoulders.
Yeah, that's true. 1K can do it instead.
What did it feel like being the first to step foot on another world?
At first, I wasn't sure it should be me, but 1K convinced me, and I'm glad he did. As for what it felt like keeping a promise I made to Alexandra Drennan.
Sure.
She wanted us to reach for the stars, and after all this time, we finally did.
Do you think we'll make first contact soon? With aliens, I mean.
I don't know. I'm sure there's life all over the universe, and some of it must be intelligent.
You would have
but
to think so.
the distances are vast, and most of the universe is barren, so it might take a few more years before we find another civilization. Then again, our wormhole technology still needs a lot of refinement.
Man, aliens would be a hell of a
So
premise
who
for
knows
Talos
what will
Principle
happen
3.
when we finish the next version.
Barzai believes that there's a creator, a mind that made the universe. What do you think?
If the language of creation is a melody, could there be a composer? I suppose so. But who created the creator? And if the creator was always there, why can't the melody have always been there? Is it so much worse if we were created by the inherent beauty of the cosmos and not by a person?
Now that you've been free for some time, do you think we picked the right path?
I think it would be dangerous to assume that we can't make mistakes. But they
Tolkien's
don't have to
universe
be
was
the
literally
same
sung into being.
mistakes.
Yeah, that's true.
War, oppression, exploitation. I don't believe that these are just part of the human condition. I think they're childhood diseases, and their time is over.
I mean, even in that example, though, there is a difference between singing being the act of creation and singing being what was created.
If you have any relationship advice, I'd love to hear it.
Like, either of them are really cool
Me?
outlooks, though.
Yakut, I'm the one who messed everything up. It was all of you who saved me. But, my biggest mistake was not appreciating what I had. I don't think there's ever been anyone like Cornelius. He has so much love, so much dedication, and I got so overwhelmed with grief that I almost lost him.
Aww.
It's strange how selfish grief can make you sometimes. It isolates you and, you know, no matter how much we improve the world, there will always be grief. So when it rolls around, try to remember that none of us can find the answers alone.
All right, yeah, yet another point towards the overarching theme of love is the answer, the reason for life is love, and only in solitude can you, you know, like, solitude is basically the devil. By falling to solipsism, you cut yourself off from the meaning of everything.
All right, I should go.
We'll find some more stars. Oh, or sparks. Sure, I take those.
There's no shame in using one of these to skip a puzzle. No one will even know. Except me, and probably Barzai.
Probably Barzai. Yeah, I imagine Barzai would probably know. Alright, let's go check out our red puzzle. The missing elements. Interesting. What else do we have out here? Okay. But I can use you to keep this open. So that's convenient. In fact, I think I can even position you such that you keep both of these open. Now, I can do that other thing. Hey look, a connector. Ah, this one's bolted down. Progress! Cool.
All right. Is your upgrade enabled?
Yep.
What does the air smell like?
It... Oh. I smell iodine. Limestone. Is that you, Pete? Can I smell radiation?
You can, but you're looking at a painting and telling me what the paint's made of, not what's in the picture. What does it feel like?
It feels like summer.
Smells like summer.
Like the day is still young, and there's endless possibilities ahead of us. What we are now is only the beginning, and there is so much more to discover and to become, and I think those dolphins are mating.
And you got that out of the
Am I
scent of
supposed to be
iodine?
able to smell that?
Right, let's smell something else. Over there.
1K. So optimistic. What's up here? Refreshing interface. What did you do? I don't think most people understand how lucky we are to have these two. Aww. Aww. Cute. This is so precious. This whole zone is so precious. I love what they're doing here. Yeah, cute. Wow. Excessive. That looks interactable. Oh. Yes, of course. It's the Tetramino Bridge. For later. Yeah! This looks like a puzzle. Is this one of them triangle puzzles, except now they're 9s and 10s instead? The hell? Oh, sweet. Triangle puzzle, heck yeah. The Phantom Tunnel. Okay, we've maybe jumped ahead a little bit, but you know, that's fine, probably. Okay, well, I guess let's try and open this red gate, shall we? Where do I get red from? Here. Red gate opened? Okay, so we gotta open this thing with more red. And blue. Need a double open something over here. We got blue on the other side. And a connector over there. We have blue to here. Yikes. Big yikes. How do I... Ah, through there. Danger. Alright, let's try doing it this way instead. And now I have another connector! Ha 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 ha! The power is mine! How do I get to the blue, though? The blue is in a very awkward spot here. I guess I'm only supposed to do it through... Nope, this is still legal. Intriguing. Does this actually get... It does actually get to... Oh, it only works... Oh, that's funny. It only works if that's open. And if that's open, it's not going to connect. Huh. Okay, okay. No, I get it. I see. I understand. So new plan New plan is we get it through here, right? Well, okay, no. We need to bring the other one out to here in order for this to work. Fine! That probably works, right? I'm not actually seeing... Oh, I guess I'm supposed to have one of these out there and one of these out here. Okay. Additional new plan. Ah! All this running around. All right. Can we open the thing now? Thank you. Okay, what is... I love having this, but remind me what I am trying to do? Get red to there. Okay. So with complete access, how am I doing this? Red through there? So like red to here, to there, and then up? No. Can that connect to red? So now we're looking at this connecting to the source of red. Through here. Does this not work? What about this does not work? God, it almost works. It just requires this there. But I need to get this on the other side of here, right? Oh, maybe this doesn't work. Why is that not working? Oh, now there's a now there's a thing in the way, huh? This is just blocking it? Yeah, okay. So yeah, ideally red through here. But then I also need the other connector on that side as well. Oh, I see. This is going through this gate. So that's never going to work anyway. So there needs to be another step here. Which could, in theory, be that. Right? And in fact, that actually, now that I think about it, is probably an easier way of doing all of this. Alright, new plan. You're doing great. Let's have you bring over blue. And use that to open blue. Buddy. Alright, now this can be used to keep this open. But once it is done keeping it open, I can use this to generate red. I still need to get through here in order for this to work, though. Oh, I can generate red here and also connect to that idiot, can't I? Does this work? No, it doesn't. Does this connect to both ever? There. Now that that's connected, this should work. Whew. Finicky. But it worked! We got it. It all came together.
So, Byron, have you talked to Alcatraz yet?
Not yet.
Yeah, they were getting it from all sides. Everybody's asking.
Uh-huh.
New Atlantis. Look, I'm all in favor of building the underwater city, but do we really have to call it New Atlantis? Isn't that just tempting fate? The universe has a pretty dark sense of humor, you know. We shouldn't provoke it. I don't think it matters what we call it as long as we build it right. The universe doesn't care. We all voted, Zimmy, and New Atlantis won. At least we're not calling it Rapture, like Pellegrino suggested. I don't think he got the point of that game. Rapture? The power of inveterate optimism. Go, go, Gadget Yakut. Oh, Bioshock. Yeah, okay. Time to give the myth a new meaning. It's a lovely way of putting it, Yakut. You should speak up more often. The power of himbo compels you. Do I want to go over there? Can I go over there? Looks like I might be able to. We just got to get over to there first, which is a lot of over there to get over there. Oh my god. The hour is approaching? Oh no. It's probably true. Another sprite? Okay. I guess there's 3 of them, right? 1 for each zone, if I had to guess?
Those of us who believe in the Creator must feel a profound sense of gratitude for the discovery of the theory of everything. Its undeniable reality does not challenge
I was even
our
out
belief,
there. I didn't follow
but
it all the way through.
purifies it. It allows us to discard the god of the gaps, a god imagined in desperation, and to start confronting the true creator.
Oh yeah, I hit the
Immanent,
sprite and then stop caring.
transcendent, irreducible. We can cast aside our belief in the god of kings and priests and turn our eyes to the Star Maker, the poet of galaxies and particles.
Damn it. I was really hoping that would work. Maybe there is a route through there that does work, but that wasn't that route. Like, there's gotta be a way to get to that island. Well, there doesn't gotta, but like, the way that spit of land comes out this way definitely makes me think there's gonna be a way to get over there. 2 Prometheus, 2 Pandora, 2 Sphinx. Oh, wow, okay. I mean, I did see this guy. I'm not gonna worry about this guy for now. What was I looking for? What did you want me to see? Of course I ran away. I was on a mission. On the tip of the peninsula? Yeah, that doesn't go any further. On the tip of the peninsula? I don't... I don't know, man. Oh, over here? Whoa. Neat. Find a tape. Great. Well, if I find a tape, now I know where to go with it. We're gonna get Barzai talking again over here. Hello?
Those of us who believe in the Creator.
And this time I'm not going to kill
feel a
myself while he's
profound
talking.
sense of gratitude for the discovery of the theory of everything. Its undeniable reality does not challenge our belief, but purifies it. It allows us to discard the god of the gaps, a god imagined in desperation, and to start confronting the true Creator. Immanent, transcendent, irreducible. We can cast aside our belief in the god of kings and priests and turn our eyes to the Star Maker, the poet of galaxies and particles, whose language is the music of creation. Perhaps this is a more difficult faith and less comforting. But if we do not look away, we will behold wonders.
No, that's not gonna fly. Gotta be a way to get there. Okay, yeah, it does look like there is a way. This is like almost. Unless I'm supposed to get there from, like, out there? God. There's a lot of running around. Asking a lot of me, buddy. Hey, look, triangles. How do I feel about blue triangles? I think I don't want to get distracted. And also, I don't want to sit here for another 20 minutes solving this puzzle. This feels like a stretch. So I guess I'll follow the whole chain around the outside? That actually seems like maybe doable. Oh, but I have to get out here first in order to make it work, huh? Alright, I guess we'll try this run, which seems like a relatively short distance. And if that doesn't fly, then we'll call it for the night. Oh, hell yeah. Is this cheating? This might be cheating. Does this connect? This doesn't connect to anything over there. Question is, does this connect to that over there? The answer is not really, it would seem. Oh god. Alright, well in that case... triangle is on the map, so that's good. I'll be able to find it again later. And try one more time to make it out to that island. If that doesn't fly, we'll call it for night. It's like just barely too long a walk from here to make it to the island. I might not supposed to be able to make it to the island. That seems likely at this point. Alright, let's teleport back to the start, I guess? And next time we come back here, we'll actually do, you know, puzzles. In some reasonable order, probably. What's up here? Is it a triangle? No, it's real puzzles. Number 7. Like a place that you're intended to go to. Wow. Baffling. Imagine following intended progression. I do love the giant cube, though. Oh, hey, look, it's Sphinx. And also Pandora. Pandora needs green. Alright. I'll definitely remember that. Sounds like a thing I'm gonna remember. Pandora needs green. Alright, what is your deal, buddy? Sphinx engraving. It's a clue! Just in case I decide to solve these monument puzzles. Well, thank you for leaving that in a place where it is accessible. I'm gonna just duck in and out of this place here. And I think we call it good for the night there.